Congratulations Realm of Rus on being the first, now 5 times undefeated. You're the best, or at least, the fastest. Realm of Rus just resubscribed to the channel. Thanks for your continued support Realm of Rus. Hi, apparently. Nice try Future on VR, but Realm of Rus beat you to it. Congratulations on second place.
Good evening, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, whatever time of day it might be to you. Hopefully my mic is working. Can I peer through my nose hole? Yes, the green bar is bouncing. We are good to go. Hello, how are we all? Russ is casually dying of the plague. Oh no, Russ, is that a Ren Fair plague, perhaps? How did the Ren Fair go? Future, finally a way to catch the stream from the beginning. Was this your alert in your Discord, Future? Did it actually work this time? Or either caught Concrud or Mum brought something home, possibly both. Oh no. Oh, Ghostia, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yes. So, hello, my name is Dortimer. I have too many hobbies, and we are doing our usual Friday Satisfactory VR stream. Not that I stream much else, it's mostly Satisfactory in VR. We aim to be entertaining and informative both for flat players and also for those who are VR curious. We'll show you the ropes and show you how to build some cool stuff. Ren Fair was very wet and crowded. Ooh. So, somewhat appropriate to the setting, maybe? Oh, well, sorry it's wet and sorry you're not feeling, Russ. That's not good. Okay, so we have just recently finished phase 3 and we've been starting on phase 4. So the last 2 sessions, I think it was 2 sessions, yes, 2 sessions. We've been working on aluminium, basic aluminium products. And we now have those somewhat automated. We are not looking at project parts yet. We've got a whole lot of other stuff we need to unlock though, and for that we're going to need high-speed connectors, supercomputers, and then we'll do radio control units probably next, as you saw we need those to unlock advanced aluminium. But before we get jumping into the supercomputers, because that's what we're going to be tackling mainly for this stream, I did want to spend a little bit longer on the aluminium, because I got like 3/4 of the way through some fancy architecture last stream, and I've been pottering away on it during the week, and I really want to head out and set up some shiny factories rather than the bare bones one we did set up. Azurin, welcome back. How is it? So I was planning a mega stream today, because it's my, let's say, my birthday week. It is close to my birthday at this stage, but unfortunately I had to go to the mechanics yesterday, and I woke up today with a really sore shoulder. So we've kind of got a normalish stream, and my shoulder, hopefully, we'll see how the shoulder goes, and hopefully it won't give me too much grief. I've whacked on the anti-inflammatories and hopefully it's all good. Thank you, Russ, thank you. So, how are our doggos doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I rescued these guys. I went into the map editor and rescued them, and there's supposed to be 7, which means another one has escaped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of them has escaped. So that's Snowy. Skippy. I do not need cable. Actually, I don't even need aluminium here. 12-hour stream. I was planning a 12-hour stream, but fate said otherwise. I was going to start at like 10 AM and go through to 10 PM. But unfortunately, I'm old. And getting older, apparently. So no mega stream today, unfortunately. Just a normal one. Who have we got? Lassie, and there's 2 more or 1 more hiding over here, which means somebody's slipped under the ground again, or drowned. Sue, no, I don't need any of those, Sue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we only got 6. There should be 7. Which means I have to go rescue them in the map editor again. I tried building extra foundations, and now I still built these little things along the edge here to try and stop them falling through the cracks. So I think that's what happened before, is they kind of slipped under the fence and under the foundation there. But you guys stop escaping underground. Okay, now, do I have any junk on me to recycle? Let's check that. Oh look, animal parts, do not need those, and I should have some slugs. Let's turn those into shards. We are going to be spamming 3 blueprints that are very architecture heavy So we are going to need lots of concrete and lots and lots and lots of beam, and maybe a whole pile of iron sheets as well. So I'm going to do a little... Actually, let's go to the... I'll pick that stuff up from the mall before we're ready to go. But we do now have a hover pack. Yay! Worked on the anti-inflammatories, yes. Hopefully it's okay. Whole family's unwell. Ooh. Something for the share with the whole family, is it? Now, I'm not going to show you all the updates I did until I get out into the field, because I have been whittling away at this blueprint during the week and adding some fancy stuff. But before we head out there, I did want to make one change that I forgot to do. So this is the bottom third of our factory. I was just thinking, should we put a sign on it? Organisation is signs. How big's a small billboard? So we could put a small billboard there and put that. So I don't know if you remember what it looked like at the end of last stream. It looked pretty decent, but there was still a lot of stuff to figure out. Is this the layout we want? It's probably the okay layout. These are aluminium. It's got a wrap. Maybe I just call it aluminium. Because basically I wanted to put a 300... I mean, I could make it fit the red. I wonder if I've got that red as a saved preset. It's supposedly the same red, but it looks more orange there. I wonder if that's because it's glowing. If we turn off the emissions... That's a bit closer. I'm not sure I like it. I don't know. I mean, obviously the text color needs changing. We just go black for the text? Nah. I might have to come back to this later. I'm not feeling particularly inspired. What color would go with red? I mean, we could try the opposite. We could try a white. That's a bit bigger, bit better. I really want a bigger icon. I mean, I could try a bigger icon with a sign, a different sign. The problem is the next smallest sign is that, which is probably not going to be any bigger icon-wise. Okay, so the only big icon one is that one or that one, and they've both got extra junk. That icon is actually bigger, so that could be a solution. So to do that, we would go emissions off. And we will pick the same background. Like that, so it looks like that. The icons looks different. Did I pick... Oh, that's on the iron still. Duh. Helps if I pick the right icon. Yeah, see, that icon is bigger than that. So what we want to do is we want to put this in front of this. So if we just lower it down, there's probably going to be Z fighting. But we have nifty new blueprints here, and we have a horizontal nudge 1 centimeter, which will nudge forwards by 1 centimeter. Now we turn it around so the arrow is facing forward. So if we now snap to that top purple bit, we should be able to bring it, and that should be just in front of the other one, if I've got it right. I put it just behind, didn't it? Did I put this backwards? I've stuffed it up already. I mean, I could try putting that one snap to it. And then that one just snapped to this. That's still a bit further back, isn't it? Yep, okay, that's not working either. So this blueprint moves things forward by... Actually, this is... maybe I can snap it to the top of the sign. Front of the sign? The other thing I can do is like snap several of these forward, because basically each one of these will snap forward a centimeter at a time. So if I do 3 of them like that, it will be nudged forward 3 centimeters, theoretically. I'm still new to this blueprint. Ah! That's better. There's a bit of a border there. Was there a square version of that? That was that, which is 2 by 3. There is a 2 by 2. Ah, that's probably what I want. Why didn't I try that in the first place? Big icon. No emissions. Red background color. So that was 3 centimeters forward. So if I go for this one here, it will be 2 centimeters forward. That seems to be still... I mean, if I move it over there, like that, and then I edit this, and unfortunately I can't easily get to the start of the line, so I'm going to have to do it this way and hope it's right. Actually, you know what, I might just shout. Oh, it's wrapped, damn it. I do not have good sign foo yet. How about I indent that a bit? Nope, that's too much space. That's still too much space. Did I? Oh, I didn't put the space at the start either. 1, 2, 3. Aluminium. You know, if I spell it aluminum and I have more space. But not enough. The Illuminati. Now I can do another space. Yeah, does it actually fit on the sign with the label? It does. Okay. Not wonderful, but I think we will go with that. Could actually change the background of this to be more bold. So if we change the background here to actually just be like a black. You know, it would pop a bit more, maybe. So if we make it as like a steel, or if it's a steel grey though, it's going to match the actual aluminium. So maybe not black though. Let's give it a bit of not blackness. I'm going to give it a little bit of a brown tinge. Something like that. That'll do. I might change it later, but I just wanted a little sign of something there. Okay, so this is one of 3 blueprints. So before we get started on the high-tech computer stuff, I want to head out and I want to build these factories, and I'll show you what my final design with all the greebles and logistics looks like. Okay, what? No, what? Okay. Hang on, we've got a jailbreak here. They should, yeah, okay, this fence here was a mistake. Okay, I was wondering about that. This gave them a leg up to actually escape the pen. So we're gonna get rid of that. Bad doggos. Turn my back and you start escaping. The thing is like, without this, there is actually a small gap under the railing. Maybe I need a different type of railing. Where did those 2 miscreants go? You 2. Get your scaly butts out of there. Come on. Come on. Are you alive? No, lassie, I don't want a single rifle shot. Come on, Scratch, Lassie, get your butts back over here. Come on. I'm just going to leave that open, and I might need to magically hoik them back over. That is a little annoying. Stupid doggos escaping. Okay, let's go. Let's go build some factories. Now, the aluminium factory is way off away from where we are here currently. So, a bit of a reminder. Let me just change to the jetpack because that's how we'll be traveling. Let's look at the map. So we're mostly built on the east coast here. So this is our home base here. Our space elevator is here. Blue Crater is here with factories around it. Our computer factory is up here in the Titan Forest. Heavy frames are here. This is all our building. And then we have aluminium over here. I haven't built the train. This is all showing icons because I have a radar tower here where my coal mine is. It's actually up. Well, actually it'll be in the middle of the circle. There is where I have a coal power station with a radar tower. That's why all that is showing up. But the aluminium is all the way over there. So we need to pop over there and need to build some factories because we've got a bare bones kind of functional factory there currently. Basically, whenever I do a build like this, I try and go functional first and then I'll do some more architectural detail. So we need to tear down the functional version and substitute it for the new shiny architectural version, and I'll show you the difference. But first we come through to the elevator here because we also have our mall, which is where all our built products get brought in some quantity and dropped off here for easy access. We're going to need a lot of concrete. I don't know if I'm going to have enough to build as much as I want to build here. We're just going to take a bunch of stacks of different stuff. I might actually dump... I know we're going to need some of that too. I don't think we need much plastic in this build. We do actually need some quartz crystal, so that's good to have that on me. Because I know that there is a hard drive there, and because we are on a new phase, we do need to start collecting more hard drives. Because I haven't checked. I've got a plan on what I'm building with the supercomputers. I haven't actually checked if I've got the recipes yet, so I probably should do that. I can probably do that now, actually. Do not need heavy frames. Okay. That's looking a bit better. Okay, let me look at the factory plan and see actually what recipes we need, and I'll show you what we'll be building later on. Let me just hit the browser button. Which tab was it? Okay. This was our aluminium blueprint that we've made. So we're using electrode aluminium straps. We're making aluminium out of crude oil as well as bauxite. So that's pretty much what the 3 blueprint stack is that I've made, that we're going to be making once we head out. But other than that, the computer tech stuff, I planned this. So we need silicon high-speed connectors, plastic AI limiters. We're using the basic supercomputer recipe. Yeah, we'll stick to that. And this actually has pretty nice ratios. We've actually got an exact number of manufacturers for both the high-speed connectors and supercomputers. Plastic AI limiter, I need to see if I've got that. I should already have that available, even if I haven't selected it. Fused quick wire, I should have available, even if I have selected. I do know I've already got silicon circuit board. So the main recipe that I probably don't have is silicon high-speed connector. So let me check. I should have, I don't have any, I think I've used all my hard drives already. None on me. What have we got? Plastic AI limiter is there, so that one's ready to go when we need it. Silicon high-speed connector. Oh, I do already have it. There we go. We actually have all the recipes we need. What was the other one I said? I can't remember. Fused quick wire, wasn't it? Or fused, yeah, fused quick wire we have there. So we actually do have all the alternate recipes we need, which makes a bit of a time saver because we don't have to go hard drive hunting before we actually get on cracking with the computer factory. Now I need to head that way to get to the aluminium factory. So let's get a zip line going. And this is a bit of a hostile territory through here. We got some, I can't remember if they're nuclear or sulfur hogs on the left there. And we have a big green ugly thing right here. Usually takes a leap at me as I go past. And I missed. There we go. Where is he? There he is. Whoa, don't want to go up there. Missed. Should be holding this up. This is a... It breaks immersion a bit, I know. You can hold it up and pretend, but right now it doesn't change the Pioneer's position when you move your hand, so the zip line is not technically connected. Now, there is a drop pod there that I haven't got. It has 2 nuclear hogs either side. But I'm pretty sure what I need to unlock it I don't have yet. So there's no use me getting funky and dropping in there and trying to collect it. Oops. So these guys will take a pot shot at me. Oh, missed. I was going to take an Explorer out for a different change of scenery. Oh well, maybe I'll drive back with an Explorer. Because if you've been watching so far, you've probably seen me zipline out this way a few times already. We've got a couple of stingers up here. We're going to say hello. Whee! Missed. And they're okay. Now, since the last stream, I have also set up a miner on this bauxite spot here. So I'm ready to expand production when needed. So I've set this line feeding all the way down here, down there, and then it is going across. I also tidied up this bit here. So this was the original bauxite line. So I did a bit more of a straight bridge across there with a kind of shonky support before it feeds down here to our little aluminium plant. So as you can see, this is the bare bones prototype that we did 2 sessions ago. I haven't actually tested the new version, so for all I know, it will fail horrifically and I will need some fixing. But this is the old one without any architecture other than some basic stuff. So the blueprint runs down the bottom here. We take in crude oil. This generates heavy oil residue and has polymer resin as a side byproduct. That heavy residue here gets turned into petroleum coke. The coke comes up here to the 2nd floor. And this 2nd floor petroleum coke, bauxite comes in here with the water. And this gets turned into alumina solution, 360 per minute. And that feeds into these 2, which take 180 each, plus that petroleum coke that's coming up from below. And then we've got another one here. Alumina solution, petroleum coke. And we have the infamous feedback loop for water here. So we have, how much does it need? It needs 300 per minute water. We're actually making 210 water as a byproduct. So we only need 90 water being fed in from below. So we're feeding that up and down, and we're feeding this in from above. So this is typically what they call a priority junction, in that all the water that is on the lower level will take priority. So it will use the recycled water before it uses the water that comes in from above. So this is kind of the recycled water setup I've used in the last 3 or 4 playthroughs, and I've not had any problems with it. So this is the first time I've kind of built it in a vertical stack, but as long as this feedback loop is all on the level and you feed the water in from above, and you only do like 3 or 4 machines at a time, you should have no problem with your water. So this outputs, you can see coming up here, all the aluminium scrap comes up to the top, which is just a slab of smelters. And then right at the top we have an awesome sink, and that byproduct from the bottom floor gets fed up here into the awesome sink. So that's functionally how it works. Let's go build version 2.0 and see if it actually functions as well. Just looking for spacing here. I think this line might need to run along that side, because basically the new machines, this has the water extractor at the front, but in the new design I put the water extractor at the back. So we have 3 blueprints. The first one is the aluminium coke. And this is what it looks like. So that's the side. So we actually want it this way around. This is the back here. Yeah, I think I kind of want it here. So let's move that conveyor belt out of the way first. Actually, let's... This is going to need to be replaced anyway once the new blueprint is up, so I'll just whack it down somewhere here. All this along here is going to go because I've built foundations into the new blueprint. I'm gonna run out of power. That'll do for now. Over there we have a very minor factory set up to make the actual casings and sheets. The idea is that that will grow and expand once we need it to, but it was just like initial production to get things underway. So I put all the fancy time and effort into our blueprint here, and I just randomly built that somewhere, I think. Oh, or do I have the blueprint bug? I think that is flying back home to build that on the home blueprint maker. I wonder if they fixed that in 1.2. Oh look, that's a nice snap. How's it look for this side? Probably nudge it along a bit this way. Okay. That is the bottom part. So same as this one, it is effectively doing the same thing. There are 2 refineries in here. The first one over here is taking the oil and making heavy oil residue, and then that is feeding into this one that makes the coke. Dr. Mad, yo, I found the bro Satisfactory guy again, was good. Hey Dr. Mad, how's it going? So as you can see, this one's got a lot more detail. Which is what took up most of the last stream, and I've been busy during the week sort of adding to it as well. Even adding walkways. Now we build the second layer. Now that little bit of beam there is to make sure that the height when we attach the next one is correct, because otherwise the highest part of the blueprint is the smokestacks, or the outlets from the refiners, and they are not locked with the correct height. So by putting... That's gone off to the blueprint maker again on the other side of the world. We do a blueprint snap here. You need to rotate it around like this. Now this we actually need to nudge down 12 meters because the smokestacks from the bottom one sort of slide up the front of this one. It's kind of all snugly fitted in together. So that's like that. So you can see this middle layer, this is where a lot of the detail and features are. So I've got the same 3 refineries as those over here, but now we've changed the lifts, so the lifts are more visible here, going up and down, and we've kind of exposed the front sort of as a feature detail. And around here we need, this is basically the outlet from the residue, polymer residue. Now I was wondering if I can, actually no, I've already got a lift in there. There's already a lift in there. Ah, I need to attach that hole to that hole, I think. I have not tested connecting this up all together, so... I think that's snapped in together. Nope, that is not snapped in together. I think that's correctly snapped. We will find out. So that's the second level. Then we've got the third level, which is the top one. So you see why I wanted to do this before starting on the supercomputers. Is I'm pretty excited and happy how this turned out, and I spent a lot of effort fiddling with it. So top level is the ingots floor. Again, need to rotate it so the front is forward. That actually was the front the first time. And this one we nudge down 4 meters, so it snugly locks into place like that. Now you do need to manually build these bits because there was no way to put them in either blueprint without getting the height wrong. But I will first connect everything up because I want to see if this thing actually works, because I haven't tested it yet. So let's wire things up. Now that other mine you saw at the top is coming in on this conveyor here, but I might actually, yeah, okay, I'll bring it from this one for now. Okay, let's do the right thing and put one of these. I think how far it would reach. I bet you that's slightly too far. Hey, look, I was right. Now these are Mark 4s, but we can upgrade them to Mark 5s and overclock the miners to get more resources in. What I'll do is actually do a splitter here. Now, is that lined up? I think that's lined up. And I hope I'm shoving it in the right hole. Now the next thing we need is oil. So really we want to bring this oil across from here. So what I'll do is I'll just do a split from here for now. Because we have tons of oil. Like, I think it's like 30 oil per machine is needed or something ridiculously low like that. Really does not need a lot of oil. And again, I will do a T-piece over here. Now power. For now, I'll just put a traffic power pole here. And I think I put a connector. Did I put a connector on the front? I think I was going to, and then I didn't for some reason. So maybe that's something I need to build into the blueprint. I know there's one at the back. And we also need a water extractor at the back here. So let's get a wall on here. And I'll nudge it out for 4 meters, and then you can hold down snap and you can snap your water extractor to the wall, which is to me the easiest way to actually snap a water extractor to any particular lineup or grid. Now I haven't checked if the pump is the right height. Okay, so auto will do it. Noodle will do it. Noodle will usually do it. Horizontal to vertical will do it. Okay. Cool. That's useful. That means that we don't need to change the height of the pump. So from there, that can power that. Oh, look. It's like it was made to connect there. It was. Just do power to here for now. So that's our extractor online. Let's see if the bottom floor is working. We now have fancy walkways. That's not working. There is oil. Oh! I forgot one part. So these refiners here are actually they're a half meter nudged in order for the smokestacks to actually not clash with above. So I couldn't put these pipes in as part of the blueprint because they would stick out slightly from the blueprint. So you need to manually connect these two on the side, but like, doesn't take much. Let's see if I got everything else right. Hey, it's doing something now. And this one is getting heavier oil residue in, which is good. Now we have a few connections we need to make between this and the next blueprint. I think the output here are all pretty slow, so yeah, Mark 3 is plenty. So this one connects from here to here. Which way is the lift facing? That way. Okay, there's our coke going up, steady supply of coke. The plastic residue is coming out there, polymer residue, which means it's already headed up to the next level. Now power between the levels, we connect this one to this one, and that will power the next blueprint up. And we have a walkway that goes all the way up, and look, it seamlessly connects to the next blueprint up. Bauxite. There's another bauxite connector we haven't connected, and we've got a water pipe to connect between levels as well. I think it was the bauxite connector over here. Now, bauxite, I think, does need a Mark 4. Oh. That's not connected. What's that one? Oh, that's the output. Okay. Where's the bauxite go? Huh. Hello? I thought that would have been the bauxite. Unless it was and I've just stuffed up the whole build. No, that is the output because I can see stuff out. Ah, the bauxite. Is it under this pole? Or does it come across to here? I've forgotten how I made this. Let's go upstairs. We can get to the upstairs. Okay, this is where the bauxite comes in. So it has to come into this one. And the input is at the back. So the input is... should be behind there. There is a door around here somewhere. That was a little tricky to get in and out of this place. Where does that go? It looks like it goes to a hole, but it's a buried hole? Did I bury it in architecture, maybe? I can see the corner of it there. I think it's covered up by these. Yeah, it's behind there. I can see it now. Okay, so we actually need to delete that. And go from there down to there. So that is missing from the blueprint. We need some kind of hook there to make that easier to connect, or at least to remember. Okay, so now we should have bauxite coming up. We don't have the water connected. The water connected is out this hole. So basically we need to connect from there to there. And now the water's coming up. Slowly, but it is coming up. Wow, all those materials I took to build this, and my inventory is empty. I'm not going to have enough to build 4 of these. Okay, so now the scrap does its thing, and the scrap needs to filter up the outside, and the scrap comes up to those holes there. Ah, yes, connections on the next level. Now, I couldn't continue the walkway up to the next level because it's just a floor full of smelters. It's just jam-packed. So I did actually put a little walkway around here. What was the other side? Ah, that needs connecting. There's an access hatch here to the top section. So we have our sink, which has no power. Ah, we need to connect power between this
Incoming propaganda
and the
broadcast
level down.
detected.
There
Please
was a
seek
connection
shelter.
down here. Okay. And then at the front here, we've got a whole pile of things to connect. That's an input. That's an output. That's an input. Yes, there's a bit of clipping, but these concrete walls are as thin as I can get them. Okay, so now that is working. Yes, it is. And we have aluminium being created. So it looks like it's all working. Hang on, only one of them has scrap going up. I see scrap there. Why is the scrap not going up? Well, that's a buggy lift. Okay, I need to fix that buggy lift. And we have no output yet. So we need a merger. Okay, our output came out at least.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, Chris. Hello, hello. You, hello. Where are you going? Okay, so we've just doubled our aluminium production, and NES is now 600 per minute. So we should really update this to a Mark V belt. Oops. We have no smart splitter for that, which means it's going to choke badly. So let me just quickly hack one in here. Yeah, ad break.
Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, okay, okay. I'll seek shelter.
Nexus Wayfarer says, hot factory action.
It is hot factory action. But I need to take a break.
Realm of Riss has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
Everyone wants me to take a break. I'm too busy. Okay, this is just a quick and dirty merger to get I'm just going to wire this up before I forget it all, and then I will take a break. My dad's going to start any second now anyway. Why is that not connecting? Because it's backwards. Damn it! I give up. I'll take a break. I'm defeated. Hydrate your keyboard. No, I'm not going to hydrate my keyboard. Next is Wayfarer. How's it going? Just started a new Satisfactory save yesterday. Awesome. Got to try and see if we can get VR working on it this time. Cool. The mod does not work with 1.2 yet, though. But it does work with 1.1 currently. Hang on. Where's my control windows gone? I'm going to take a short break. We'll be back after these ads on Twitch.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Oh, just keep doing my stretches. There. Russ, my keyboard is dusty, but I don't think my keyboard needs a wash. It just needs a dusting. Even if my drink is only water. Oh, ad break's still going. Come on. I've finished my stretches. I've had my drink. We're gonna get going. Probably need some alcohol. It probably does need some alcohol. I could do with some alcohol too. Maybe that'd help my stiff shoulder. And I'm not talking rubbing alcohol. Okay, right. Let's get back to this. Now, I did say to myself I wasn't going to spend too long on this because we've got to get cracking on the computer tech update. So let me just finish up here. And I'm not going to spend too much extra time out here at the moment. Okay. We want straight mode. So as I said, this factory here is kind of temporary. It's solely to make some basic products, and that will allow us to unlock other stuff. Once we have a train line out here, then we'll come back out here. Okay, look, there's all those extra ingots, because basically we've doubled our ingot production here, but we haven't doubled our factory, which means we have a ton of stuff that's just not going to be used for a while. I'll just upgrade all this to Mark 5 so it doesn't choke. Okay, because this little factory only uses 300 ingots, and we're now churning out 600. So there it is, our glorious new factory with all its bling. Let me put in these little bits of architecture here to finish it off. Ta-da! And it's functioning. There were a couple of hiccups I need to kind of make clearer in the blueprint, otherwise I get confused. Does come a point that birthday shots just become alcohol poisoning. I need to keep my wits a little bit. Now, I was a bit concerned because, as you can see, the water feedback system here is very simple. I've just got the water going straight up and feeding in. So this recycled water loop is flat, and I'm feeding in from the top. But this one, the water takes a bit of a circuitous route all around here. I'm still feeding it in from the top. So theoretically, these machines should never choke on water. But time will tell. Time will tell. There we go. Now, eventually I'll tear that one down and I'll build another one of these stacks here. And then I'll build another 2 here. And I've got aluminium. Once I overclock the miners, I have enough bauxite, I think, to easily support 4 of these stacks. And that should set us up with aluminium for quite a while. But once we get Mark 3 miners, we could build this out to 8 of them, assuming we have enough coastline to build along. So again, for those who have just joined us, this was the sort of the bare bones prototype blueprint we built in the first, like 2 sessions ago. And this is the updated version with all the trimmings and the greebles to give it a bit more texture and color and make it actually look like a factory. And we've buried the little water extractor out the back there. I'm pretty happy with how that's come together, even if my power's about to run out. And we can extend this walkway and run this walkway along here as well. So there is a sort of footpath access. Probably want those there, and then these would run along like that. Because basically I'm leaving room underneath for 2 conveyor belts because we've got 2 lines of bauxite coming in. We may theoretically have 2 lines of oil later on, although really it does not use much oil. And that way you can walk along here, and we'll build a walkway along and then a walkway through to the factory. And up here we have a mostly walkable factory to inspect the machines and tweak things and make sure everything's running. Not that we need it for a hover pack, but you can all walk up to the middle layer at least. We have the second layer here with 3 refineries along here. The top floor, I do need to put a bit more supports on there to make sure the machines aren't floating in space like they appear to currently. And the top floor, there's no walkway access currently, so you have to go flying around here, and then there's a walkway access to the top floor up here. And we have our awesome sink at the top there that is sinking the residue And a buttload of smelters there making the aluminium ingots. And you can see the sticking out the top there, the awesome sink. Cool. Well, I'm glad it worked without too much jiggering things around. But we're going to leave this now and we're going to head back to base and we're going to get cracking designing some advanced computer parts with high-speed connectors and supercomputers. Just this guy, very stylish. Thank you, thank you. The factory's not bad too. So yes, as I was saying on the way in, I added a second line of bauxite here from the other pure node that's up there, and I reran this conveyor here to make it look a bit fancier. And so there's now a nice straight run across that gap there, and I've added some supports there to make it look like it's well supported rather than the floating version it was previously. It looks small from this distance. Yeah. Well, that's satisfactory for you. Everything's huge. Okay. Let's head home.
Phrasing?
Everything's huge. Not that there's anything wrong with that. How's it look from up here? And that's look pretty cool. I should change to a jetpack. Whoa, friend. Yeah, so I do need a pretty spectacular
Future
factory
meant
here
that you
to match with
said
that.
it looks small from this distance.
It looks small from this distance. Well, there was that too. It's not the size that counts. Was there an actual drop pod here? Oh, I already ninja'd this one. See, I haven't really done in much architecture there, but it is a neat line there for the other pure bauxite node. Just wondering if there's any other non-crazy pods around here. Hey, I got it. Because I think I've already nicked the drop pod from here, despite there being two local stingers protecting it. Hey! Wow, he didn't even get past the tower. I mean, this line's been here for ages, and I originally ran it to run along here and nick a bunch of hard drives originally, so probably picked stuff clean without going deeper into the pink forests, and you don't want to go deeper into the pink forest unless you're fully prepared. There's another one, another two. If I just fly across here. Wow, that was pathetic. We got Mr. Poison Guy here. He'll usually go for a fly. Can we go for a fly? Yep, there he goes. He almost missed. Oh, he landed down below. He's fine. I think these guys are sulfur dudes. They're not smelly enough to be nuclear. They'll probably take some pot shots at me. Oh, there goes a shot. Actually have a fairly long range, so no, I've given up. Now, are our doggos still trying to escape? We've had some leaking doggos. Okay. Come on, get back. Problem is oh, there's three right back here now. Wow, it's getting worse. Okay. You guys are... I do not want to have to delete this water extractor. Do not make me delete this water extractor to get you guys out of here. I mean, I could delete the concrete and then build a ramp. Is this enough for you guys to come up? Come on, come up the ramp. You want to ramp down? Are you that lazy that you need a ramp down from there? Scratch. If I delete this, you better not go further out of range. Come on, come on. You can do it. Come on, in you come, in you come. Yay! Rat bags. Stop escaping. Make these 4 meters. I mean, I've already lost one of them. We're down to 1, 2, 3. Hang on, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, okay. So I lost one before. Maybe there was one already escaped into that area. Hey, Timmy's got a nuke. Good on you, Timmy. High-speed connectors. We're about to automate those, but thank you. Lassie's got a slug. Wow, you guys are... Maybe I should let you guys do whatever you're doing to the water extractor more often. Okay, so they haven't sunk into the world at least. They just snuck under the fence into that next section. Okay, not a bad haul,
hey,
guys.
Harkonnen just followed you.
Harkonnen, thank you very much for the follow. Commentary is always ahead of the pictures. Is this? Shouldn't be. The commentary is lined up with the game footage, or is my stream from my PC out of sync? I can check that. Just give me a second. Oh, there is a little bit of lag. Okay. I'm going to restart my OBS teleport stream and try and get that back in sync. Hopefully it doesn't all go pear-shaped. Thank you for alerting me to that. Here we go. And hopefully when I restart it, it will reconnect. Otherwise, doom, 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 doom. Yay, it reconnected, and latency is much better. Wasn't much ahead of it, was it? Right. Now we are up to the next part, which is making a blueprint for high-speed connectors. And this is probably an excellent time for me to go through and show you. Yes, see, this appeared as I was building it on the other side of the world. Good one, Blueprint Bug. I wonder if I clear this, if it's going to delete my factory on the other side of the world. Hopefully not. I wonder if it gives me free resources. Might actually carry some crystals. I know somewhere nearby there is a drop pod that needs crystals, so if I carry them around, enough to be noticeable, but still less than a second. Okay. Yeah, it was a little bit longer than it should have been, but hopefully it's okay now. Let me put that nuke away because I do not need to carry a nuke around with me. Okay. Right. let me switch to the... Now that I've got everything working fine for the stream, I'm going to open my browser again and show you the plan of what we're making. I think it was this tab. Okay, yes, this is what we're making. We are going to be making high-speed connectors and supercomputers. We're aiming for 7.5 of each. I mean, we're making more high-speed connectors, but most of them are going into the supercomputers. We will be using an existing computer output, so we're not making any of those. They are being provided, and because we're making this near our computer factory, they'll just be piped across. And we're currently making an excess of 40 per minute, so this will use 30 per minute, which is only going to leave us an excess of 10 per minute afterwards. So that's fine for the time being, but we may need to expand computers later on. We're going to be bringing in plastic. So we'll deliver this by train, and then we'll use this as well. And then we're going to need copper, caterium, and raw quartz. Now, originally I was thinking about using cheap silica here, but where we are, the limestone is quite a way away, like not too far, but I really can't be bothered. So if we went cheap silica, it'd be 189 per minute quartz. Without it, 264. So it is a chunk extra quartz, but we have a miner Mark II that we can easily overclock fully if need be. And we're going to be getting Mark IIIs pretty soon, so this is okay. Now I was also thinking about bringing in circuit boards because we're making circuit boards already there, but it's actually really quite easy to make the circuit boards. All I need, and we're already bringing copper in for the fused quick wire, and we're already bringing silica in for the connectors, so it's easy enough to just make some copper sheets and silicon circuit boards as part of the blueprint. So this is effectively, we'll break it down into 2 blueprints. So if I now switch to the planner, the modeler, where's my mouse gone? This is the modeler. Hang on, let me just switch back. Close this browser because it's chewing resources. So this is Satisfactory Modeler, which is a free app on Steam, and it's, once you know what you're going to build and what recipes you're using, this is the best way to make like an exact plan of what you're doing. So this is what we were doing with the aluminium. So this was our blueprint for the aluminium, or technically it's 3. So this was the bottom layer of the aluminium blueprint. This was the second layer of the aluminium blueprint, and then this was the top layer. And now we have 2 of them, so we could double this production if we wanted to. So that's what we were just looking at out on the west coast. But now our existing Silicon Valley factory, we're making, you can see here, 40 computers. So we're going to be using 30 of those for this new factory. So if I go back a level, here's the planned factory. And so we're going to basically making 5 blueprints of this, which is your high-speed connectors. This will be the first blueprint we make. And then 2 blueprints of this. Now this, I originally considered this to be just one of this manufacturer's. But because this is like less than half, you know, if I make that 2, if I can cram all of this into one blueprint, it will increase our output much better. And this, like 2 constructors, we can fit there anywhere. So I'm going to try and fit this much into one blueprint. But we'll see how we go. But first up, high-speed connectors. So again, we've got 2 manufacturers for the output. Now the tricky thing here is I changed this to fused quick wire. So we have 2 assemblers, 3 constructors, 2 constructors, and 1 assembler. And we'll have to figure out if we can fit this in. Yeah. So I think if we could fit these 2 next to those, and then this can tuck in behind this manufacturer, we actually have a blueprint that is already pretty similar to that in layout, which is the what is it? The crystal oscillators. So we might load up the crystal oscillators and see if we can modify it to fit what this is. Words are matching the pointer? Cool. Yes, we want to stay on this. Everybody remember that plan, right? Because I can't see it now. I might try loading the crystal oscillator one and hacking that first. Because if we can do that, that will save us quite a bit of time. Because this has 2 manufacturers and it has 1 assembler leading into the manufacturer. Does it lead into the manufacturer? Yes, it does. It just feeds in from above. And then it has 3 stacks of constructors. So we do need to change one of these stacks of constructors to be an assembler, and we need to see if that fits. So let's try it and see if we can get it to work. This is high-speed connectors. Is this the right recipe? No. Let's go get the right recipe. High-speed connectors. Come on, I saw these before. I swear I already had it shown up. I did not. Huh? There it is. I'm just blind. Okay. Quick wire silica circuit boards. This is the one. So let's pick that. Thank you very much. This one. And it's 3 inputs, same as the other recipe, which is useful. The other assembler was... wasn't the circuit boards. Was this the quick wire? I'm just gonna peek at the thing again. It was the circuit boards. Okay. And this one we've already got because we've already made tons of silicon circuit boards. Okay, and then we had probably will need to redo the entire logistics. Actually, if we're going to cram assemblers in here, it would actually be easier to put the assemblers on the end here. Does that assembler feed into the other assembler? No, it doesn't. I'm just thinking if there's an assembler here, sticking it here would give us more room than trying to cram it down there, even though it's going to conflict with this one. That's actually okay, I think, because this will be 2 assemblers, so the output can be at the top. I'm just going to delete this this support here. This one has a lot of supports because it was kind of a, fully realized and used and highly stacked results. So this is going to be a pain. Now I remember why I make these from scratch. Maybe I should just make it from scratch. Because deleting all this detail is going to take us ages. Bam. Let's do it from scratch. And by scratch, I mean we'll just use founding parts. So we want 2 manufacturers. And we'll have that right up against the edge of the blueprint, so that'll give us this maximum amount of space for other things. Actually, did this give us enough space? Because there was a problem earlier. Yeah, see this space here? This is not enough to put other things under. Oh, I'm still on 1.1. Stupid broken vertical splitters and mergers. So I'm going to nudge that up a meter. That way, we can easily get under these side bits, and if we want to run logistics under here, we can. I don't think I'm going to need any of those holes because this is not going to be stacked directly with another one. Okay, next let's try and fit the assemblers in. Now, rather than having one assembler there and another 2 there, we could just have a stack of 3 assemblers like this. Problem with that is that we need different inputs for 2 of them. So I think I want to try doing a separate stack of 3 first. So we just have one assembler over here, itty bitty thing. Again, we need enough room for that to come out and wrap around. I think I want to nudge it over 1 to give us enough room for putting the larger supports, maybe. Wonder if that is enough. I could actually just bring it up and then drop it in from above, actually, so that's probably fine. We're not going to vertical merge this front bit, so let's delete that. Nope, that's not what I want. So this will be 2 assemblers. Yeah, this is the problem. So that is gonna munge into that with the default spacing. I reckon I can redo this back manifold more tightly. And the output we definitely can make squishier. This is really the crunch. The crunch of it all is can these assemblers fit side by side like this? Is there enough room here? Or do we need to do something else? Either way, I think I need to redo this entire bit in the middle here. We can definitely make it simpler in that this could just snap on here. And then we could put a vertical merger there, but that's... That's not going to leave much room, is it? In fact, that's going to leave negative room. Anyone remember what this part was? Ah, quick wire. It's probably a recipe I haven't picked up yet. Quick wire out of copper and deuterium. It's like fused quick wire, I think. $90 per minute, so Mark III will be plenty for 2 of them. So can I fit Mark III in there, invisible? That made the sound like it was building? So that just needs to feed in one of these stacks, which it can feed in from above. We've got plenty of space above this to do logistic shenanigans. When this isn't merging with anything, so it can just sit there like that. It will need copper sheets and silica. So silica and copper sheets are both being constructed, which this is the annoying part is yeah, the inputs from this. This is why having this above that, I think, would actually make more space sense. Space sense. I got a good drone from the other side of the house there. I think I might still... Oof. Problem is if I stack them, they're going to need... have both outputs. I do want to move this back. I have decided. The bottom one here is circuit boards. Top 2 here are both quick wire. So let's delete that because these are going to be separate inputs. Deuterium ingots, copper ingots. So those are actually raw inputs. That's going to be a little annoying. This is copper sheets and silica. So this is where the constructors will come in. One of them was 1 and one of them was 2, I think. 3. Okay, 3 of silica and 2 of copper sheets. Do you share your blueprints? I could share my blueprints if there was interest in it. I haven't typically, but I could certainly make them available somewhere if people were interested. These ones tend to be fairly specific to the region that I'm building them in. That's why I picked certain alternate recipes that are not necessarily the favourite popular ones. But if people were interested in reusing my blueprints, sure, I could. Silica was 3. Copper was 2. Copper, silica. The other input is Caterium ingots. Copper ingots. So we need copper. Probably doesn't matter which way I do them. I don't think that's quite lined up. No, so if it was lined up, it would be there. So that would be even less lined up. It might look a bit better. Actually, I might do that in because we're going to need a line of Caterium. So if the line of Caterium comes in the side here, then we could nope, the other was the other way around. That is lined up. I can probably come back to there and leave enough space. That does seem like plenty of space there, but I might regret that. We'll find out. Recipes make sense. Fitting supplies available. They do. Thank you. I mean, that's kind of what I'm planning to do. This was the copper sheets. And if you want to build in similar areas, or you're happy to use the same inputs that I'm using, then yes, you could just reuse the same blueprints. Now, these blueprints are going to be designed to stack vertically. So if we have copper coming in here, we need to make it manifold so it can build up and attach to the next one up. We could use Mark 5s now, actually. How much copper is this? It's probably not much. Almost nothing. And this copper is... okay, there's a fair bit of copper being used by that one. So we probably do need a Mark 5 for the full throughput. Oops, I just changed its mark, didn't I? 5. So that will go up high. Tell you what, I haven't set it in an hour or so. Using a hover pack makes this much easier. Rather than jetpacking from platform to platform. Okay. Now, copper into here is probably easier to just feed it in from above. So I basically need to rebuild one of these as a manifold going the other way. Could actually... No, it would be better to rebuild the lift after. Now, am I going to be able to build it with these things in the way? Maybe not. Roger. So that will be not needed. This we will rebuild at a better angle. And then we just need a splitter up here. Oh, don't tell me it's too short. I wonder if I rebuild just this segment, if it's going to line up at all correctly. Otherwise, we'll be waiting for 1.2. Yeah, I think that's out by half a meter, because that's too high and that's too low. Good one, 1.1. Now I have to redo the whole thing again. So 1.2 release date has been announced. It is coming out early June. June the 8th, I think. And there is still no sign of the modding tools being ready for modders to update their mods. So unfortunately, I have nothing to report on having a 1.2 version of the mod ready to go yet. Okay, that's better. Wow, that's actually straight. Oh, that's right. I kind of planned that, didn't I? Totally planned that. June 2nd? June 2nd. Oh, that's even closer. Still no Pico update for golf either. That is a travesty as well. Pico, get your act together. People need their golf. Okay, so copper will come in here, and we can extend this from the top to connect to the next blueprint up, so we can manifold this vertically. Copper will also come across to here, and it will feed in from above, from here down to here. And we have actually got those conveyors in there. I do remember I forgot to put these ones in here. Okay, so quick wire, that's the output. Caterium ingots, so basically I'll bring the caterium in here and then bring them up here. Actually, I might bring them up here and then across. Hi. And then the bottom one down here needs copper sheets, which is the output of the constructor. Which I'm tempted to just go, I mean, I could just go like that, but it probably makes more logical sense to have that one be the copper sheets, because we will be bringing in the silica from more constructors into that one. So there's silica over here. It's 3. Now we can make this nice and spacious because we don't have any other constructors or anything around here. I mean, that is actually a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 apart. Okay, I mean, I could make it 4. Actually, 4 might give a better line there, actually, even though it's a bit more compact. So again, I thought about doing cheap silica, but that would have been even more assemblers instead of constructors, and it would have also required me to bring limestone in. Azurin, is dinner ready? Dinner has been served. I'm being told dinner is ready. So I will take a break. I mean, that's not going to go neatly if I do either way. I'm going to have to put a midpoint. Actually, that's... yeah, it's not great. I'd prefer it over here, but... let me just quickly do it. Which needs to be up a meter from there. That's better. So that's... other than bringing the Caterium in, and then we need to wire up all the things into the manufacturers. So that will be what we will continue doing after I have a brief dinner break. So I've got some stew to go and eat. So I'm going to pause here and I'll load up some more anagram verbs action so Russ can show you how it's done. And I'll be back in about 15 or 20 minutes. And just give me a second to swap over. And I'll leave the mic on while I set up the words. For us, you are very good at this game. It's a compliment. Okay. Keep the music going. Let me just fire up the control panel so I can kick it into action. So if you've not played this before, it shows you a bunch of letters. You've got to find anagrams. You can just type, if you're on Twitch, you can type them in directly into chat. Unfortunately, it doesn't work with Twitch and YouTube, but YouTube people, if you want to join in, you can scan the code with your phone and you can play that way. And good luck. There is timing involved. If you get a word right, you can't, there's basically a timer until you can do the next word. So keep an eye on that, although that involves getting a word. Good luck. I'm going to go eat some food.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter. Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately. Nexus Wayfarer is now lurking. It's telling me to go start my morning. Look lively, it's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
So close. Ah, well, that's probably a good point to get back to the factory building. Congrats, Russ. Good effort, Justice Guy. It's pretty good. Zuren and Justice Guy making Russ work for it. Good to see. And now full of stew and mashed potato. It was delicious. Just putting the headset back on, and we'll be back into it in a second, folks. Now to reconnect to my computer with virtual desktop. Hey, Justice Words, I said stop words. I gotta close the browser. No, go away. Finished. Yeah, was some pretty dodgy collections of letters there, wasn't there? Okay. Okay, reset my view space. Bring up my control panels. So many real words in that last one that weren't accepted. Well, there was an S that was fake. I think that was the last one. And now everyone's awake. How about a spotted dick? That's an actual plant, isn't it? Okay. Food can be real words too. So this is the blueprint we're currently making. We've got all the bits in place. We just need to connect all the thingamajigs up together. So we need the silica here needs to be split off. So some of it goes into the manufacturer. Interesting, because currently we've connected this bit up. We haven't done this bit. So we need to do that, and this we've already got. No, we haven't got that fed in either. Okay, so it's silica plus the output of those assemblers plus the output of that assembler. That's what we need to wire up. Yeah, Natural was a bit stubborn, wasn't it? Were you in a lock at that point, Russ? Now, unfortunately, you can't have an input into the side and then split vertically into the side. So we're going to need a splitter here, and then we're going to have to do a dodgy downy uppy. And by putting this here, we actually do not need these supports anymore. Although it might be good to put a support under later on as a sort of a cosmetic thing. Because this is, yeah, this is our silica. So we need sort of one there. And one here. And it will just snap together like that. I'm wondering if I can trick that to be neater. Actually, if I just... No, if I do it from there, it's not going to work. How do I trick it? Get this lined up here. I think it's this point, but the problem is this needs to be a meter up, and this thing hates being nudged. It's really annoying. Everything else nudges fine, but not that one. What's with the 45-degree angles everywhere? Now, there was a bug that if I connect this like this, this would be faulty. You actually had to have a conveyor here first. Wow, wow, wow. Can you just like... Thank you. Just put that over there. It doesn't matter where to. Now we can put this here like this. Now we delete all of that because we've got our lift where we want it. And we put one under here. And that snaps together. And that is much neater. And that can go. Stupid 45-degree angles. Okay, so silica to there and silica into the assembler are now done. So the other thing to do is that the outputs from both these need to be done. Now this is just circuit boards, so we're going to delete all this. And this will probably be a similar kind of lift shuffle thing. So I probably need that 1 meter back to get the heights right. I'll put this on here there as an indicator of positioning. Basically we need a lift that's kind of here but facing that way, which means we want it, let's just build that there. I think that's the line, but we actually want this somewhere out here. That might be wrong as well. Actually, it might just be here. Yeah, okay, that's where we want it. So we bring this out here. Now this is like 12.5 a minute. I'm going to make this a Mark 1 because there's no point in having it to be Mark 3. And now we can have that please snap to there, please. And then we rotate it around and it will snap snugly like that. Now that that's in place, we can rebuild this such that it actually goes into the lift rather than hanging off the end. All that jiggery just to get a nice compact lift with the right angles. But it worked. So the next one is the output of these. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete both of these. I'm going to manifold it down from above. So this is going to be a lift down here. So we build the lift in place first because we're still using 1.1 dodgy lifts. We need to reverse the direction because we're coming in from above. So it'll kind of be up there-ish. Okay, now this top bit we will rebuild. I hope that was the right way around because those suggest it's not. And that doesn't tell me which direction it's going. It is right. Okay, input is coming in here. Ooh, this is backwards because this is going down, so damn it, we need to redo this as well. Same thing again, we kind of do a lift in the general position we want. We need to have the direction of the lift going the right way. And this will be merges. Again, delete the ends. And then we can put this facing this direction. And this one facing... Is this going to give me a ½ meter offset error? You know, I almost don't care. That looks like ½ meter offset, doesn't it? Dagnabbit. I wonder if this is fixed in 1.2. I mean, it could actually accentuate it and turn it into a feature. Like, why go ½ meter down when you can go 1.5 meters down? Okay, so we have the quick wire. Actually, what's the output of the quick wire? 90 per minute, so 180 total. So a belt of 240 is still, 270 is still enough. We're feeding in, that's the wrong recipe. Silicon high-speed connector, quick wire, silica, and circuit boards. Crystal oscillator must be the default recipe for building a stack of those. Okay, so silicon circuit boards. Now we've got to balance this so it's all balanced. Let me just check the ratios we need. So 48%, or actually we need 6 circuit boards out is the number we're aiming for. And we can work back from there. So this will be 6 out. By the way, I am probably going to release an update to the mod tomorrow. It's been a long time coming. It has a whole bunch of bug fixes and improvements. Come on, Hoverpack, you can do it. I did make a change earlier today, which is why I haven't released it earlier in the week. I've been fiddling around trying to solve a bug with sticky buttons, basically. And I might have solved it. I have not had any sticky buttons this session. So we need 13.2 copper sheets. 13.2 divided by 2. I mean, we could have overclocked one, but you know, there's lots of space in this blueprint, especially with 2 massive manufacturers, so easy enough there. Now this was a bit more math. So this needs 13.2 silica, and that is 37.5. 13.2, 37.5. So this is 37.5 times 2 plus 13.2, and I've just realized I should add brackets around the whole lot because I can't easily divide that by 3. Damn it. 37.5 37.5, and I don't need brackets around the 37.5, so I could have just removed that bracket. Damn it. Brackets divided by 3. Hopefully the math is right. Okay. So that's numbers balanced. Cosmetically, let's put fat pillars on the edge here. That is actually 1 meter higher than it was before. Yeah, I think I might just go with that. Now, this blueprint we actually lift up a meter, so let's redo these pillars from the ground up. Get rid of that because this pillar is now... I mean, we could chop a meter off it. We could just have it as 1 meter. Actually, no, we need to go higher anyway because of our assemblers. So we actually do need a full height here because this assembler is sticking up. We do not need that though because this is going to be full height. Redo these ones. Where was this positioned? Okay, it was actually out that far. I assume that was in the middle. Yes, otherwise that's sticking out there. Yes, and I remember the PowerPoints being at that point. That's good. Why is that not an exact multiple? Ah, it's got extra bits on top, that's why. Oh, it's got extra bits elsewhere too. We should probably add some cross beams in and stuff, but I'll do that later on once we've got an actual working blueprint up and running. Now these have power embedded in them. Usually when it's in this sort of blueprint, I will bring it out. Probably that's the one I didn't want to delete. No, I actually do. Because I want to kind of have it lined up in that point there. Oops. So then this can go from here here and here to here. We do need to power the assemblers. Their power is on this side. It's probably... how are we going to... Maybe just pull it across. Might be easier to bring it across from this point, actually. Ah! Who did that? How do I know it was a Zuren? Wasn't a Zuren. It was Russ. Ah. Heart attack. This isn't even connected to power and it scared me. I am playing with power things in a blueprint that isn't connected to anything. We are. It was a pretty chill moment, so. Yeah. Neck. Tours. That's interesting. The search searches everything. Because that isn't a building. Production. Mini factory. I really need to split my mini factories into categories because I'm getting way too many of them. Okay. Anything else we need to do? Oh. That's right. This doesn't actually have a manifold connected to it currently yet. Damn it. Well, that's annoying. I forgot that that's not part of the blueprint yet. And this does need to potentially connect to the blueprint above, I think. This is taking a reasonable amount of quartz in, so let's just go Mark 5. This is the messy bit because we're going to have another height change because of vertical merger things. I think I'm going to do this pretty snugly, or I could do it unsnugly and bring it out here. So it's actually lined up with that one. I might actually need to bring that out a bit, which will stuff up my nice, clean, compact elevator lift thingy. If they are all aligned, it will be much easier to do, though. Okay, so that will go there. No, that's the old one. That will go there. That will go there. That will go there. So much for using that middle section as a walkway. Okay. What's this do? It's all got to come out of there. This might be a little interesting. I mean, technically it fits. Technically it fits. It'd be much better than at least having a merger like smack bang on top of that. Ooh. I could just move this constructor stack over, but I think actually that would fit. We'd still have a bit of space here. We wouldn't quite have enough space for a full fat pillar on the corner though. That's the problem. But it would make this bit neater. This is another argument for just overclocking one of them. To fiddle around with mergers like this. I'm going to leave it like that. It's not terrible. I could always duck this in here and across there if I wanted to make that space a bit more prominent. But that's fine. Okay, now to make this vertically stackable, because our good old friends, the vertical splitters and mergers, are bugged as and won't connect to each other, we need to put in connector conveyor holes at points where we would connect to another blueprint below. So we need to put those in there. So this is the crystal and the copper. Quartz, sorry, well, raw quartz. And then there was an input, which was Caterium, which is... Okay, that's inputting here. Caterium inputs here, which we were going to bring in over here. So we need to do something funky here to bring in the Caterium. How much Caterium do we need? Not much, 15 per minute. So we do want a vertical splitter with the Caterium. It's that way around, rotated, lined up. I think it's that position. Hey, oh, boo. I was hoping it'd be lined up nicely, but I guess not. Let's try this position. Oh, I got the height wrong. No, yeah, it's that height. How does that not quite do it? That's frustrating. Guess I just have to tear it all down and start again. Okay, it is over one. There. Minor clipping, but I'm sure the Caterium can get around that. I mean, it doesn't snap. Thank you. Okay, so we do need little lifts in here. It's got to snap to there, here, like that. Okay, so we've got some signs over here ready to go. Oh look, this one even has Caterium written on it. The wrong value, but it's the right label. Now this is the copper one, and this was quartz. These little legs. Makes us Wayfarer 4+ hours in. I'll quit more than a barbershop. Clean up as a future me problem. Well, because this is a blueprint, I try and keep it as neat as possible from the get-go. Once I replicate it 15 times, I mean, it is possible to rebuild them all, and that's one of the things I like about blueprints. I don't want to rebuild them all, so as if I can get it as clean and tidy as I'm accepting the first time. This actually was 15 per minute. So this sign is coincidentally correct. Let's look at the plan for this, because it'll just be easier.
I admire your optimism, Dippy VR, but
Hey,
you only
Dippy!
get a participation award this time round. Realm of Russ was the winner. In fact, you were in position 10. Better luck next time.
75 plus, actually let's do 52 plus 0.92 first. That's 52.92. Clear quartz 52.92. Ah, did it. New line, please. 52.92 per in. Okay. Afternoon, Dippy. How are you going? I'm sorry, but Russ actually was first by a comfortable margin today. At least seconds. By seconds, she was first. Okay, that's not matching the part. Interesting. Oh, look, there it is. Quartz, and this one was math. 75 plus 26.4. Plus 26.4, 101.4. $101.4 per min. And did I just spot a bug? Oh, there it is there. Okay, that is correct. So when you open this, it should default to the numbers. It did default to the numbers that time. Ah, that's what the bug is. The new hotkeys are not working in this mode with the keyboard. This is not correctly using the new keyboard mode. Sorry, no release tonight, folks. Maybe not a release tomorrow. I found another bug. I will attempt to fix it. I mean, I still am hoping to do a release on the weekend. But that bug I do need to fix. Can't have a new feature if the new feature doesn't work. Okay, quartz, copper, caterium. Is that it? I think that's it, isn't it? Caterium, copper, quartz. Hey, we're done. That should be... did I connect all the power up? I did connect all the power up. That should be one functional blueprint. We need a bit more of a support for this. We'll probably just do a frame, I think. But we do need batter posts. Is that going to fit? No, it's not. Of course it's not. I think it will just. All the way up. And I might leave that as skinny, just because I don't want to mess around with the power connectors at this stage. Okay, one blueprint down. Now there's not much point doing this one unless we do the next one as well, because the point of this is to make supercomputers. While high-speed connectors are useful, they are a less vital thing at this stage than the supercomputers. Now...
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
That's probably a
Please
good
seek shelter.
pause for ads. I was wondering about making it so that I could stack the supercomputer blueprint on top of the high-speed connector blueprint. But I think that's going to be really complicated given the layout of the next blueprint. Yeah. let's have a look at it after our break. We'll take a quick break. Tropical Flower VR. Hey, how's it going? Dippy, I sent you a bedroom photo. Oh, okay, you're chasing Dippy. Dippy, you're being stalked. But hello, Tropical Flower. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to take a break. We'll be back after these. And then Dippy can tell us all about this bedroom photo.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. We are in Satisfactory in VR. We are currently making some blueprints. We've just finished, but untested, a blueprint to make high-speed connectors, where we input, hang on, is my mic on? My mic is on, good. We input some Caterium, copper, and quartz here. And then out the side here, we get our high-speed connectors. Now there's a second part to this, to take those high-speed connectors and make supercomputers with them. So if I switch to the planner, This is the plan. So we've just finished this blueprint here. And next we've got this one here. Let me use a real mouse. Now I'm trying to see if we can cram all of this in one blueprint, and I think we can. Especially considering we crammed more into the previous one. But I want this one to kind of not be tall. It would be very easy to stack these vertically. But if I can keep this all sort of at a lower height overall, then it won't make our factory quite so ridiculously tall once we stack it all. Now the question is, can we use the existing high-speed connector and Caterium inputs such that this could stack on top of the other blueprint? Or do we need to just have them in a separate pile? Because basically I'm going to chuck these in the same factory, and my original idea was that the connectors would feed straight into the computers, which would possibly mean we'd need to have the manifold for these go up instead of down. But basically, supercomputers, what recipes we got? Plastic AI limiters and the standard quick wire. So let's try and remember that. It's only Caterium and the high-speed connectors that are going to come in from the other blueprint. We also need to fit in plastic and computers. Okay, let me see if I can remember all that. Okay. So Caterium was the far corner. High-speed connectors is here. So straight off the bat, we have a bit of a problem in that our inputs are on the opposite sides for the new blueprint. Not to say it's not doable, but I think if we have the manufacturers facing the same way, the output of this is going to clash with the output of the other ones. Now, I had other things that were required for inputs, so if we theoretically had like computers and just imagine, is that lined up? I think that's actually not lined up. I think it was lined up correctly for. Oh no, it was that one. It was there. So if we just had computers, hypothetically speaking, there, and Caterium there. I mean, we could bring this Caterium input over here. And what do we need to do to have those inputs plus that input make our final product? Okay. I might just chuck down some basic parts and see if we can lay this out such that it would work. Now the problem with that is that's going to come right through the middle of this, so I don't think we're going to easily do this. I was originally thinking of having it facing the same way around, but then that is going to clash with these. Those could actually come forward a little bit, maybe. That's interesting. Ah, I see. That it was that far back. Yes, that matches up now. So this would be fine if the outputs were all going together, but if we wanted to feed in the high-speed connectors as well, I mean, we could have a smart splitter at the bottom that brings high-speed connectors back up. But this here is not lining up, like there's no space to bring them up here. Which means the only way around would be as if this was this way around. But even then, your Caterium's going to clash. Which I think is all to say that my plans of having an all-in-one multi-stackable blueprint I think is going to be too hard. Don't think I'm going to try and do that. These manufacturers are just too chunky. I mean, I could do if I double stacked a manufacturer, I could do it that way for sure. But as I said, I kind of wanted this blueprint to be less vertically, not challenged, but less vertically hungry. Less vertically fat. So let's ignore this layout and we'll just go with a completely separate layout. And when we build the factories, we will stack them next to each other rather than on top of them. I mean, the only way to do it is if it was this way around. Sorry, I'm just thinking if it is possible or not. And then your Caterium would actually kind of come up the side here, which is not terrible. And these would come up there. They have space there. That might work. So let's see where this is lined up. That's interesting that that's still blue, given that I started building it in a different blueprint maker. So the Caterium would come up here, which is actually not terrible. I'd have to be a little inventive with how I route it round. But if I lift this up, because we're probably going to need some more room for some logistics anyway, let me just paint that a bright colour so I remember that that's special. Hey look, let's paint it Caterium coloured. Yeah, okay, that's a Caterium. So if this is the circuit boards, we could just bring this straight up and shove it in, theoretically. So then we've just got the other machines that we need to fit in here, which was a constructor and an assembler, and I cannot remember what they were for. I mean, we could figure them out. Right, plastic. Okay, so the plastic goes into the assembler and the Caterium. Ah, that's useful. Okay, Caterium's on a different side to the others. Okay, we can make that work. So if we have two constructors for the wire, I'm just going to put them there, we'll probably move them. And then we have an assembler. And the assembler makes stuff. And then we need a manifold to have everything fed in appropriately, and that's going to be challenging in this tight space. So Caterium here, we kind of need a splitter here that straight up splits. Oh, that's messy. How are we going to get a vertical splitter at ground level? I mean, we could do logistics on top. So, you know, if this is the Caterium, right, then we have our splitter here. Trust me, it's going to work according to plan. Actually, might need to be a little higher. No, that should be fine. I'm wondering if that is off by half a meter. Should probably try and do the sleeps. No problems, Russ. Thanks very much. I'll catch you later. Have a good weekend. I don't know if we should have. Yeah, hope you get better. Well, hope you feel better soon. I hope Pico pull their finger out and fix your golf as well, because that's annoying. It sounds like golf might not happen on Sunday if it's just the two of us, but I should post an update and see what Ani wants to do. But yeah, hope you're feeling better soon. Which way did I have that lift going? The wrong way. Okay, damn it. Hang in voice regardless, no problems. Well, I might speak to you Sunday then. Although I'm probably going to be streaming tomorrow night, let's be honest. And if you're not doing anything, you're welcome to pop by the stream tomorrow. If not, otherwise, have a great weekend. Now let's try this again. Yeah, that one. Now, do I want to delete this? I mean, it would be neater if we had a naked lift. Like this. This is assuming things line up. That looks like half a meter difference. What do you reckon? I reckon this sitting on this is throwing it off. Maybe. That looks the same height as it was before. Maybe this, I think this is actually up by half a meter. Ah, yes, if I recall, this is lined up correctly, but if you extend this by any amount, it will be out by half a meter. Look at the difference between that and that is half a meter, and then each one after that is a meter. So this is correct, but everything else is bung. So we're just going to have to get a little creative. Those are at least level, and maybe I'll just leave this down a level and it can slope down and look a little interesting. And I've just realized that hole is in the wrong place. Should have nudged it back. That is pretty neat. Now, that unfortunately does not line up. Makes me wonder if we should have made it line up. I'll build this fairly close. Well, they actually lined up. Okay, 60. Mark III is going to be plenty. Again, we can't have an output from here. We have to come out of here and into there, which is going to be a bit messy. Just this guy, if you build the lift from the top down, can you snap it at the right height and connect to the vertical splitter? No, you cannot connect to a vertical splitter. And this is the big problem. This is why on the bottom here, I put holes along the bottom because you cannot connect from above and connect into this. Now, hopefully 1.2 has fixed that. I haven't had confirmation if 1.2 has specifically fixed that issue. I really hope it has because it is really annoying. And that is out by 1 meter, which is really annoying. But no, you cannot connect into a vertical splitter or a merger, and that's what's really annoying. And that's out by 1 meter. Which means we need to either go that way a meter or that way a meter. It might be... Where are our other inputs coming up? They're coming up this side? Yeah, they're coming up here, which means they're going to clash with that. I might bring this in further and then bring these right up at the side. Which means this, to keep it lined up, it'd have to be there. So getting awfully close to that. I mean, it would be much easier if I just ignored the bottom blueprint and made these two separate ones. So I've kind of made it an extra challenge to see if I can fit them together. See, you can't... If I had like a support out here, and then I had that to there, and then I went... I've got the wrong distance anyway. Whoops. If I had that and had a lift here, like this, despite it being the right point, it will not connect. Now I could actually put a hole there. I mean, this is the problem. You can get around most things by putting a hole in the way because things connect to a hole. But it doesn't look as pretty. Way you can have a lift from the splitter. Actually, I need to line up the right way. From the splitter to the hole, and then the hole can snap to there like that. That works. But then you've got a hole. Oh, there's a little bit of lift there. Conveyor, whoops. Now this is going down direction, yes, that way. It's going to be really interesting to see what I can do with that manifold in the middle. Any sort of normal hole, wouldn't you be able to see right through it? In a perfect game engine that wasn't optimized, yes, you could see through a hole. And then we have a little duck under, that connects to there. And this was making a recipe that we haven't actually unlocked yet, which is plastic AI limiters. Let me just drop down here. Pretty sure we already had it in here somewhere. There it is. This one. Oops. I was going to go to use the normal AI limiters, but we already need plastic for the supercomputers themselves, so I'm already getting plastic in my train, and it wasn't much extra plastic, and saves some quartz. So this is supercomputers. Although I suspect I'm going to have to rebuild these higher up to fit a manifold in here. Although I could probably manifold over the top of them, actually. Yeah, just like these wall holes here, you can't actually see through them. If they could burrow through the actual material, that would be cool. But this is a factory game. Optimization is important. Now, plastic was one of the two we were bringing up below. So if we bring them up on the edge here, we cannot collide with this belt. But we will need to get plastic in there somehow. I think we just have to have a manifold across the top here. We do not need this, that's for sure, because actually, do I want these up a bit higher? Do I want these a meter higher? This blueprint was actually made to sit on top of another blueprint. So the original blueprint for the bottom layer is this one, and it already has the manifold, but it's underneath because this was designed to sit at the bottom of a stack. So that's not useful at this stage. So we're going with the extension. And that just loaded in the bottom blueprint maker and wiped out my changes there. Wow, thank you, Satisfactory. But I'm going to raise that up a meter to give us more space. But come on, let me highlight these, because this is a vertical manifold, and here we're just going to do a horizontal manifold. See, we can bring the plastic along under here. Actually, what was the other input? The other input was computers. That's going to be a tricky thing to vertically manifold in that close to the ground, damn it. I mean, I could put it there with a dodgy lift. Wow, that spacing is not great though. I really need more space. Not that kind of space. Is that where I put it before? No, okay. Apparently not. That really doesn't have space to drop it down though, so actually would be easier to do this. And run the computers out of here and under there. Which means this one would be the plastic. And that one... You know what? I could bring them up this side here. Actually, that's a really good idea. You know what? I'm going to save this top blueprint because I've had blueprint shenanigans resetting on me. And it's probably worth saving. This one is... Supercomputers. Which used to look completely different before 1.0. See, we've got this whole, let's just run into a door. We've got this whole space here, and there's a whole space here. So these don't need to run up the edge there at all. They can run up here and have lots of space around them and be completely unobstructed from each other. I don't know if I want to line them up with the constructor poles, but let's start with that. Now this was plastic. The plastic also needs to go into there. So this is going to be a traffic jam here, I can see, with us getting all the materials through. Unless I make that go over and then down. And then we can thread materials through. I line that up there. And then I split that off there. Did I completely stuff up the line? I stuffed up the angle. Damn it. That's probably not going to work now. It'll work if I do it up here, because I can do lift magic. It's going to be the dodgiest up and down lift blueprint there is. See, that will just snap in there like that. And that'll snap in there like that. And then this can be our plastic manifold across here. If I have the input facing the right way. Okay, how much plastic do we need? We need... Oh, that's I was going to say, that's the wrong recipe. I was going crazy. 52 plastic, so Mark III is plenty. Is that big too tight for a lift? We need to bring this back. I think that'd be okay. Oh, I didn't do it the right height. Stupid. I want to make this manifold asymmetrical. That kind of sounds cool. That is probably less offensive spacing. Or I could move the constructors. No, I'm not moving the constructors again. So that's plastic. Next is computers. High-speed connectors. High-speed connectors are over here. Are they going to miss? Are they going to clash with my... Okay, so they are going to tight come in past the assembler there. This I might just have go this other way. Except it can't because that will be in the way. No, that is not a manifold. So this actually can come under here because that feeds in from there, and that's the end point. So this can go like that. That's not going to make it around that corner. We need to come out further. Which is a shame, because otherwise it would line up really nicely. Unless I bring it up to... which would at least give us a better walkway underneath it. Wow, what an abomination of a logistics nightmare. Now the other thing is this it's currently going down, and if we want to feed into this, either we could stick this blueprint on top of this blueprint, which might be easier, and that way the output is always coming down, which would mean this is going down. I've just noticed that's going directly over the frickin' power connector. That technically can come forward a meter. Forward a meter is there. Actually, the output of this does not need that abomination on the front, so we can actually come forward 2 meters there. Actually, we could probably leave that there. It's a gap through there. We could use that. That is a massive gap there. I think if I rebuild that. Yeah, that's a bit neater. Now it's not clashing with that. It's close, but it's not going to actually cause any dramas. What have we got left to feed in? Plastic. Computers. High-speed connectors. And AI limiters. All right, high-speed connectors from here need to feed in over there. Well, that's okay. We can actually put a splitter right here. And just cut straight across the top of the assembler. Is it going to magically line up with anything? No, it's not. It's exactly not lined up with anything. Damn. It's clashing with my constructor arm. Oh, they did actually snap. Amazing. It's probably the ugliest manifold ever. Actually, arranged like that means that nothing's crossing or clipping. That actually could have been a lot uglier. If that is going down, this needs to go down, which means we need to rechange its direction. The markings on this are wrong, so even though it's going in that direction down, this is saying that this is an output and this is an input, and it's actually not. But theoretically, if I start from there, this should line up. Look at that. Beautiful. So this does need, we need some holes. Let's put some holes in. I had my doubts this was feasible, but I think this may actually work. It's not what I wanted. So the reason I put in holes is because it's the only way to connect vertical splitters and mergers between blueprints if you're in 1.1. 1.2 supposedly fixes a bunch of things, and I'll believe it when I see it. That support beam's a little dodgy. Although, it's not actually the support beam's fault. The conveyor stops before it reaches the hole. Has this one got a hole? That one's pre-hold. And this one needs holing over here. Okay, so this is deuterium. Deuterium comes up along here, down here. How much deuterium do we need? Let me check. We need 22.5 deuterium. What was the percentage it wanted? 112.5 divided by 2. $112.5 divided by 2. The deuterium comes out, it goes down here, it merges together, it comes down there. The deuterium goes into, sorry, the quick wire comes down and into here, 120 per minute. We also need plastic in here. Now, how much? This is a 0.94, it is 7.5 per minute. I'm actually going to sit down on the stool because my back and my legs are a bit tired, so just give me a second to reposition. Oh. As I said, my shoulder's been playing a bit up today. I was going to do a longer stream, but dodgy shoulder said no. Okay. 7.5 AI limiters, which means this is 3.75 per minute. Okay. So the AI limiters come out the front here and are not connected up to anything yet, but they will go into this middle line here. So we can just do that and line it up like that. Oops. And that will go through to there and to there. Easy. And we do need to redo all of these. That's irrelevant. Okay. So That's the journey of the Caterium. The next one is... Here is just the computers. So where's that Caterium sign? Does anyone remember how many computers we need? I know it was 30 computers total. I'm pretty sure the aim was to have 2 blueprints of this, I think. So let's guess 15 a min, but maybe it's more, maybe it's 7.5 a min. 7, right? That's a salute, not a guess at how many computers we need. Hey, relax, how's it going? Yes, okay, 7.5 per machine, so it is 15 per minute. Hey, relax, how it's going. 07.5. Good morning, relax, how are you going? Okay, so easy, the computers come in here, they split off here, they burrow under here, bam along the manifold on the lowest shelf, no problem. Okay, that's the journey of the computers. It goes, still trying to keep your lungs from moving. Oh, you're sick too, aren't you? That's right, that's no good. Russ has got the dreaded lurgy as well. That is not good. Me, I've just got a sore shoulder. And I'm getting older, so... Yeah. This, I think, is the plastic. Yes, this was plastic. Is day 8? Ooh. Is it a flu type thing? I hate it when you're coughing up lungs. That's not so great. I've certainly been there. Plastic, I have no idea how many a minute I need. And it's going to be complicated because there's a bunch coming in here, 26.25. And then a bunch over here, 52.5. This is a lot of plastic. 52.5. 52.5. So 52.5 times 2 plus 26.25 is 131.25. Compromised. Oh, unusual. Don't think it's the fluid, just a cold, but it just isn't going away. I hope you're taking time off work to rest. Plastic. How come this sign has centered text, but the larger sign does not? That's a bit annoying. Tuesday and Wednesday off. Yeah, that means you haven't taken Thursday off or Friday.
Broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, because this is a 131, I'm going to upgrade this to a Mark 5 for throughput. Three-day weekend? Ah, okay, well, you got a bit of time off then, do some light work today and rest more. Good, good. Got to take care of yourself. Okay, so plastic comes into here, also goes across here and splits into these 2 splitters, which goes into each manufacturer. Easy. Okay, so we've just got... This is high-speed connectors. I'm just going to select the icon at least. High speed connectors. Okay, and we will pause here to take a break, and I will have a drink, a bit more of a stretch of my aching back. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we're back. We are in Satisfactory in VR, and we are making a hodgepodge of logistics, otherwise known as supercomputers. We're just finishing up and testing, making sure the logistics are correct. This is not indeed plastics. This is the high-speed connectors coming in. If I recall, it's like... Okay, yeah, it's that many, 5.625 each per minute. Yes, 5.625 per minute. Which is 11.25. There we go. And now if you remember, our other blueprint that is related is making high-speed connectors at 6 per minute. So we're going to need 2 of that whole blueprint just to feed into one of these blueprints. And this is where the scale differential is a bit different, because this is a pretty massive blueprint here. But 2 of them, and we'll have a few changes that will then go into a supply depot somewhere. In fact, well, we will make an extra one of these as well, so we're producing a whole bunch more. Oh, sound is a bit stuttery there. Hope it's just my headphones and not the stream. Okay. Is that everything? I think that's everything. I think we have figured out everything that's going on here, and we have somehow managed to fit it in a single blueprint, and it's only 5 of these high, which is 20 feet. Half the blueprint's height. So we were trying to keep this higher. This is why we didn't have manufacturers on top of each other. We're trying to keep the overall height of this down. Although, you know, it's the bottom one that's going to be repeated more times. Rebuilding these because I elevated the entire thing up 1 meter off the ground. Is there anything reaching that height? Doesn't look like it. Looks pretty good. Now the thing is that this is not going to line up support wires with what's below, which is going to be a bit annoying and is probably going to cause me more angst. I'm just realizing that none of the pillars match up. At least that one is almost on top of this pillar. If I do that, that will at least... Oh no, it's going to be out by 1 meter there as well. Great. So really, I need to put one there. I mean, that actually is okay there if I had that up there. This one almost lines up. Like, oh, we've got all the logistics lining up nicely. It's just none of the pillars line up. We could do a nice diagonal actually on top and maybe join those together that way. So if that's there, then we can, well, that's not gonna, it's gonna stuff our snap up, I think. We could actually have this quite diagonally, like an actual... You know, I think I'm going to call that close enough. So this does mean that this is now a different top, which means we do need a little beam here just to make sure you get the height right. I wonder if that's going to wipe out anything down there. That's going to kind of slot in here, so it should be okay. It looks weird there, but trust me, when it joins up together, it will hopefully look okay. Man, everything's like almost lined up. You know what? I think I'm going to go for functional tonight, and we can faff around with getting everything lined up later on. Let's just get some of this online and running tonight, so I can get some of those sweet supercomputers producing, and then we will worry about the details later on. So the other thing we need to worry about is power. How high is that? It's lower, okay. It's not too bad though. Damn it, it moved. There, power done. Okay, I think we're just going to go out to the field and test it. Just as soon as we fix this. Oh, damn it, it's the wrong height. Well, that actually lines up correctly, so maybe I had the top right. Did we make any changes to this one? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so let's try them together. Let's see if they do actually line up. First we have our... Actually, we were going to do supercomputers on the bottom. And then we were going to do high-speed connectors on top. So we do Blueprint Auto Snap. Hang on, no, that's not right. the 3 inputs is across the back there. Where's my Caterium? Something's not right. Maybe it would help if I actually built them the same way I built them here. So, or at least that is facing forwards. So I've reversed it. Man, this is confusing. Whose idea was to try and get these to work together? So I'm in the Blueprint Maker, I've made this one this way around. Ah, yeah, there's a hole. Okay, got it. Yep, that lines up. This bit doesn't, but the other bit does. Oh, I forgot about those inputs. That's okay, that's only from that point up. Okay, so this connects here. This is your Caterium through line. This is just your general input for copper. So this can actually like come out and then be a side of that. That's fine. Same with the quartz. That's not used by the bottom one. And then here, these, because we're not stacking this blueprint, this is fine. But this one is the important one. So the output from the blueprint apart, this is the most important one here because this is the high-speed connectors feeding into the supercomputers. So that's the most important one. Our rest of our pipes are completely not aligned. Which is a bit of a hodgepodge. Maybe I should actually put a floor layer between them. That might actually be the neater solution in the field. I mean, I'm quite happy with that munge fix there. But it is the munge fix, and I think it might be easier just to have like a floor separating them, even if everything lines up. So I think overall, test case worked, but I think I'm going to get rid of the wacky extra pipes and just go with a floor between them. So I'm going to delete that, and delete those. Delete that. I'm just going to put a slab of concrete between them. Okay, they're all to the ground. Did I rebuild all of them? They're to the ground. I mean, we could even have like an observatory floor between them, so like a walkway or something. Right, saving. Hang on, it's forgotten the directory again. Okay. My hover pack is apparently a bit limp at the moment. That's a bit weird. Don't you hate it when you have a limp hover pack? Okay. Let's see what materials we need. Now let me just switch. Actually, no, I'm just going to do one of each because I'm not going for full production tonight. I'm just going for functional. So we need 2 of high-speed connectors and 1 of supercomputers. And the cost is... we're short on beams. That's nothing new. The rest is doable. And actually, if we clear these blueprints, we will have lots of beams. Actually, there are beams in here. A couple. Right, let's go out to the Titan Forest and make a supercomputer factory. And maybe get irradiated on the way. There are some drop pods around here that I've always avoided because of their radioactivity. I think I've already got the one up there. I think I ninja'd that one. Around here. Couple of nuclear hogs there, so it could definitely be around there. I've already got that one. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah! Maybe I already got that one as well. It's interesting how spitters are crack shots and will lead the target, and nuclear hogs don't seem to do that. They seem to just aim where you were. Here we are at the computer factory. We have our lovely train station. We have our computers being made here, and we have crystal oscillators over there, and that was circuit boards up the back that we flew by, and there's this big space here with some extra vertical space over there. And that looks like a big fella. We might have to deal with him. And so many doggos who are not tamed. They are wild still. Now we've still got a lot of stuff to set up before we actually get production rolling. So I'm like, let's just pop out and build a couple and we're done. There's still a bit of work to do. Let's go hover pack. Everybody hover pack. So hover pack kind of needs power. Okay, we are actually aligned with the world grid here, which is nice. So if I start snapping up here, probably should have started further over there actually. Now we do kind of need to avoid the train line. I mean, we could just make the supercomputers together and the other things separately. Maybe that is easier. Do we want to say goodbye to that tree? It's like we actually could have had. Okay, we got some stroppy locals there. Give me that bacon. Bit of gratuitous pruning. Oh, they actually explode in a nice blue fuzz. Cool. Aha, I just think I had the sticky thrust upward bug, which means my fix did not work, damn it. Then again, it's the first time I've had it all evening, so it's kind of an improvement. I reckon if I just go another 1, 2, 3, 4 up from that, that has enough room underneath it that I can still do some logistics. I don't need a lot of logistics here. Just inlines and outlines. The idea is the supercomputer blueprint sits on the bottom. Now we also want to miss the trees because we might be building very high. In fact, we will be building very high. That's the Caterium input, which I know is, oops, punch the shelf, good one. Caterium's over that way. I remember where quartz went in. Okay, now here we go, fun and games, which way is forward? So those machines are facing that way, which means the other ones would be this way around. Actually, that is correct. Now I did say I'd put a layer between them, which is probably a good idea. I'm not treating this as permanent. I'm just whacking down at this stage. Just a light whacking to get things working and make sure everything is operational. And I should probably stand back up again so I can punch things less. Oh. That's the high-speed connectors, which means this should actually be around this way. Which is probably the worst direction for it to face. That's the point. You cannot connect to a vertical splitter or merger. You have to start from them and then go up to a hole. A hole. Stuff up the alignment of that, but at this stage I don't care. So there will be a trickle of high-speed connectors coming out of this, because this is making 6 per minute and we need, no, this is making 12 per minute and we need like 11 and a bit. Now let me just step forward, reset my view, put my chat window behind me. Will the mod be ready for 1.2? Did they fix modding? No! Well, I don't know if it's going to be ready because 1.2 is out in a couple of weeks, if less, and the modding tools are still being worked on. I did make somewhat of an inquiry and have heard that there's one person working on the engine source that Coffee Stain give to us, and basically he's working on that source and integrating the modding tools with it. And he has not merged it yet, and he's just said that just recently he did a rebase of the entire code changes of everything he's done, which is one of the reasons he's not merging it in yet, because he's still making large changes to the code base. Which I guess is a bit scary, but also a bit comforting in that he is actually making quite a bit of progress with it by the sounds of it. And if he's rebasing a whole code base, it sounds like he's on the right track, or at least has some serious considerations on what needs doing, but I really don't know how long it's got to go. And we still need to connect these up here. So this is why we put the holes on the bottom here, is so that when we're connecting blueprint to blueprint, we can go like this. So I don't know when the modding tools are coming out, and when they come out, I don't know how quickly I will be able to install them and get everything running and up to date. Hopefully it won't be too painful. Stay tuned for an alpha version as quickly as I can get something working. You know his pain? Yeah, exactly. I thought you out of everyone would understand, relax, that a large code rebase is not pretty. Just realized we didn't actually merge the outputs here of our supercomputers, so we'll have to update the blueprint to do that. Inputs. Computers need to come in here. I'm just going to delete these holes and connect them holes directly in the terrain below. Yeah, because I asked, because basically there's a, in the Copy Stain Unreal Engine repo, there is a 5.6.1 tag, but there's no 5.6.1 branch. And there's no branch because it hasn't been pushed yet. But apparently it's fairly common to have tags from upstream Unreal Engines without having them locally in the repo at that point. Okay, computers, plastics, high-speed connectors. So the high-speed connectors are feeding in from above. What do we need to get high-speed connectors running? We need quartz. Well, we got quartz here in this miner. But this actually needs, it's come right out of that pillar. Great. Okay, maybe not there. Also going to need copper, and I really need to boost the copper production. Deuterium should... Yes, deuterium's all together, that's fine. I do need to increase deuterium production as well. So we've got a whole pile more local on-site stuff we need to get done before this is a remotely sustainable factory. But at the moment, I'm just trying to get something running. We're going to use their own version of SQL as XSQL, and we have been on our own branch for my application. We are currently catching our application up to the developed versions that the rest of the platform is on. Tons of failures in integration tests. Ouch. Been this for a few weeks, if not longer, and can't push fixes to SQL, so I can fix it in my application by overriding functions. Eee, that sounds messy. Okay, so quartz. Quartz is the easy one. Quartz is this one, I think. The sign is under there. Well, actually, let's look at the constructor. It wants quartz. Okay, quartz is dead easy because it's just coming from that constructor right there. Not the straightest path. Oh, that's a point. This is going to be... I missed the line because it's coming out of a constructor and they never lined up straight. Okay, definitely you're going to need more space under here to run all this stuff. It is messy, yes. And I usually just deal with dinky little web apps. It's like try and avoid a rebase if I can. Quartz go up. Quartz keep going up. Ooh, that's a Mark 5. Oh, I didn't connect that as a Mark 5. Wow, wants to upgrade that as in a kind of odd way. Okay, we need to connect power from up there to down there. Should have power. What have I broken? Oh, I've forgotten the frickin'... So I've missed the inputs on the silica constructors. This is the high-speed connector blueprint. I do not have the resources. Oh, I'm short on beams. That's pretty typical. I was wait a little bit. Car Mechanics Simulator 2018 is free on Steam right now. Is that a good thing? Now, plastic, I'm not gonna get that in on the train tonight. So what I will do is I'll just build a container and I'll just chuck some plastic in it. Rated very positive. Okay. Steal all the plastic. But I'm only going to put 2 stacks in there. That's only needed for the bottom blueprint, so that should be fine. That should feed into there. It should feed across there, so all these machines should get plastic. Which they are. Nice. Might as well chuck it all in. Now, computers are going to be oh, look, they're coming out of this side. Oh, that's handy. That's actually really handy. Let's just steal some. Really? It's going to swap angle entirely as you switch to a different foundation. Computers, where do the computers go in? It was that side, wasn't it? Yep, computers come in here. I think I missed. I missed. Hey, I even missed the power pole. Bonus. So that should come through here, should come up through here. And we should get a computer in here. And a computer in here, eventually. Please? Hello? There it is. Computer is not feeding in. Oh. That would be why that's not feeding in. Okay, so that's bug number 2, and that's with a different blueprint. Still don't quite have enough beams. Probably because I just made a whole pile of Mark III belts. I totally should have torn down the other ones at the other side. And now I need to have more beams to make the Mark IIIs that go in here. Maybe I should just use Mark Is. Or Mark IIs even. I mean, it doesn't matter what they are because they're in the depot. And maybe I should rethink my Mark III everything strategy. Because beams are just used for so many other things as well. Those could be Mark I's. Okay. Okay, so stuff is wearing here. We are making silica. Is it going into the machines? Yes, it is. We haven't brought in any Caterium yet. Caterium's going to be a bit of a pain because it means braving the Cave of Doom. We have our spiky friend back there guarding the Caterium. And he's not there, which makes me a little concerned. There he is, he's hiding up the back there. So, Caterium is going which direction? That direction. I might just steal a bunch of Caterium for the time being, just to test it out. Because again, routing it's going to take ages. Oh, we don't have any output. Aha, I can actually increase production here. I need to probably overclock the miner a bit. Which means going into the cave. And I know we need quite a lot of extra Caterium, so yeah, there's that. Oh, Caterium was actually needed for a lot of things, wasn't it? Was the one that went all the way. Damn. Damn, 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 damn. Like, if I dribble Caterium in here, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Well, it's feeding into both the right places there, so that bit's working. And it's got to come all the way up here. Some of it's going that way, some of it's coming up to this way. Which is then going up to these. So all four of these should have Caterium in them. Yes, yes. Copper sheets. Caterium. I'm falling! Wow, that's a long way down. Copper, there's another thing. I'm going to have to increase and figure out how to bring it in here. And I think this was the copper here. So yeah, let's do another temp feed because the copper is going to be a big thing to... Whoa! 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 I'm building here. I do not want to build an electrical connection on the ball, thank you. Close, 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 close. Thank you. Okay, I don't have any copper ingots on me. They're all the way over here. Actually, there should be some... I can probably steal some, actually. I think I just heard another ball. What the heck? Where does the copper go? It doesn't go in here. I'd say a truckload probably goes to the crystal oscillators. It should be easy. Whoa, whoa, put that away. Sorry, gun went off. That should be enough to test copper and completely throw off the crystal oscillator supply. Done. We'll go up. Working. Now it's going across and down to these two, so these take copper as well. Working. Let's go out to the next blueprint. It's working as well. That means we should hopefully be getting... that's not good. Ah, silica. Hang on, silica should be provided fine. Where's my silica? Oh, okay, some of these were still missing their dangly bits. That's the blueprint I fixed. Probably the bottom blueprint is fine. Okay, it's got its silica. Quick wire. I forgot the output of the quick wire. Is that what's missing? Oh, look, I've missed the output of the quick wire. That's 90 per minute, so that will definitely need at least a Mark II. That's these two. Okay, did I fix all of them? No, not all of them. There we go, there's the quick wire. Now I'm just missing circuit boards. Hey, circuit boards! Mark 1 circuit boards, so they're going to take a while to get here. Where's the quick wire from this?
Incoming
Whoa.
Pioneer reinforcements.
Hey,
Smirkin
it's a raid.
5000 is leading a force of 25 viewers. Thanks for the raid, Smirkin 5000, and welcome everyone to the channel.
Oops, there's a missing output there. Hey Smirkin, how's it going? Welcome everybody, welcome raiders. We are currently debugging some new blueprints to make high-speed connectors and supercomputers. We're kind of plugging in generic inputs at the moment. We're mainly testing blueprints, but we spent the early part of the session designing the blueprints. So we've got one here which is making the high-speed connectors. So basically from here up is high-speed connectors, and then down the bottom the output of those high-speed connectors should come into our supercomputers blueprint here. Hello, how's it going? What were you working on today, Smirkin? Was it radio controlled units last time, if I recall? I could be completely wrong there, I apologise. I do remember I popped into your stream was it last week and you were fiddling around with train lines. It's like, ah, yes, train lines, I knew those. Okay, these are making high-speed connectors, and it is very slow. 3 per minute is fine. The age-old challenge of how do you make a neat train line and have them all connect together. And look presentable. Okay, high-speed connectors coming down. Some of them, they will split, so some of them will go down here. Actually, this needs to be a smart splitter. We need to prioritize the high-speed connectors going into the supercomputers. And still working on fuse module frames. Ah, that's right, the fuse module frames. Cool. So the whole bunch of fixes I made on this blueprint, I think this one's working now. We've run out of quick Caterium already. So our test has already ground to a halt. Fixing some train line congestion issues the other day. Yes, I did notice. I like trains. I'm definitely in the pro train camp. I know some people don't like them. Do not have the resources. If I clear this first, will I have the resources? Give me all those beams back, precious beams. That's better. Okay, does anyone remember what I needed to fix in this blueprint? That output is there. Actually, that output, that's a Mark III belt. We can drop that to a Mark I because 1.875 per minute does not need a Mark III belt. I normally use Mark III by default, but I'm finding I keep running out of beams, and even though they stack to 200, come on, let me get in. It's not going to let me do it big with that frame in the way, is it? I'm finding if I have a million small conveyors, and then I also have supports that use beams.
Incoming
and other
propaganda
things that
broadcast
beams,
detected. Please seek shelter.
I keep running out of beams. Whereas if I can use a Mark I, I've got tons of plates, unless I'm building lots of walls, then I run out of plates. Excuse me. We have a push-pull train network, so it adds layers of complexity. Not a fan of roundabouts at through stations. Ah, see, I've actually got a big loop. I'm trying something completely different. I normally do the twin line technique, but in this one, I basically got a single big loop that loops through all these factories around like this. And there's a sort of a shortcut through there, so if they don't need to go the full loop, so everything continues on the single line around everything. So yes, this station does have 2 stations, and then there's a through line. So if something backs up too far on one of the lines that feed into the station, it can clog up the through line, which is a problem. And I've had that happen once where I was in the bad habit of just parking random trains on the middle bit there, and then I added another train. And it all backed up. Going to get to bed? No problems. It is getting late over your side of the country. Thank you very much for the raid. Sleep well and have a good weekend. Now, was there something I'd missed? I think there was something I missed. Usually I miss a conveyor leading in and out of a splitter or something like that. Those are there. Those are buried, so it better be there. Ah, was this one over here? Now I remember. This lift here, it's an auto lift. Should be going down like this. While I'm thinking of this, these don't need to be Mark IIIs. Okay, the plastic one needs a bit of speed, but the rest, Mark I is plenty. I mean, even the plastic could do a Mark I here. Let's go Mark I, actually not conveyors. Mark I. So that's the computers. That can be a Mark I. That's not replacing. Now it is. Okay. Let's just go recommend the cartograph mod. Yes, yes. Well, I normally Alt-Tab and show the mod there. I'm trying to be fairly mod-free so that when I show people what I'm doing and how I'm doing it, they won't need any mods other than the VR mod if they want to play in VR. Oh no, it's changing the lift type. What is that? So yes, I'm trying to not have any gameplay mods. Now, which one is the plastic? That's not the plastic. So that can be Mark 1. Which means it must be, this one must be the plastic here. If I trace that through. Yes, that's the plastic. That one, and that one, and that one can all be Mark 1s. But yes, the cartograph mod will give you a similar view to the Satisfactory calculator map, but give it to you actually in the in-game mod. Oh, there was an ad, wasn't there?
Incoming propaganda. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay, I will seek shelter immediately. Give me a second. Okay, did I fix all the problems? I think I fixed all the problems here. Okay. Did I actually get any supercomputers out the other end? We will find out after this break.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we're back. Good morning, Essenber. How are you today? I hear you just this guy, and I kind of agree. And like that's that mod is one that I would be more likely to include, because it certainly would help when I'm demonstrating things on stream if I had extra detail on the map here. I just know that there are some people who would much prefer to play no mods at all or minimal mods, and so if I had this flashy map, I'd have to keep explaining, oh look, this is a mod, this is not part of the game. Whereas now, the only thing I have to say is the VR is not part of it, but everything else is stock standard game, including buggy vertical lifts. Okay, we are in the Titan Forest. We are experimenting with two new blueprints. The bottom blueprint here down here makes supercomputers. And a lot of the heavy lifting of that is this blueprint here, or these two blueprints here that are making high-speed connectors. So I think we've kind of got it functional, but we have a slight problem in that we're hand-feeding resources in and we've just run out. So did we actually get any supercomputers out the other end? That is the question. And I don't know if we did. There might be some hiding in here. Did I get any? Come on, surely it's made at least one or two. I mean, we've got one high-speed corrector. Ah, now I remember the other thing I was going to do is change this splitter here needs to be a smart splitter because we want to high prioritize high-speed connectors getting sucked into this recipe. Oops, past it. Where was it? Oh, does it not let me do that to... I've got the parts, it just doesn't want to let me do it, which means it's that time again where we just rebuild the whole damn manifold again. Or rebuild the whole vertical lift anyway. Now this one is actually feeding in from the top, because this is the output from the other one. And this one definitely can be a Mark 1, although if this is a Mark 1... Is this the left or is it the right? I don't know. I'll set both of them. I'm sure one of them is right. And this can be overflow. Long weekend, took some time, plus the holiday Monday in the US. Ah, okay. Relax said it was a long weekend. Is it a countrywide event, is it? And that is not the way around I want it to face, although it may look like it's clipping less if it's that way around. No, I want it to face outwards. Okay. So now that should prioritize giving the high-speed connectors to our supercomputer machines because we do not have a huge throughput of high-speed connectors here. We cannot just give half of them away. We really didn't make many of them though. We have 15, and I think I had a handful of them before. I mean, functionally it's working. We fixed a few things. I didn't actually save the blueprint after making that fix, did I? And now the problem is that we really need to ramp up production of certain raw resources. I mean, the quartz we've tapped here is fine. The computers, we can do a nicer conveyor in than this schmozzle here, but that's easy enough to do, and it's just not too far. The thing is, we're going to need to bump up Caterium, and we're going to need to bump up copper by quite a lot. So I'll show you the plan. So this is the plan here. So that's actually the supercomputer blueprint. So if we back out, the idea is we'll have 5 of the high-speed connector blueprints and 2 of the supercomputer ones. So we need another 120 Caterium and another 500 copper. This is going to be the more painful thing to do. Because it means we're going to have to redo our entire copper source. Because if we go back out, here's our current copper. We're using 700 copper currently, so we're going to have to nearly double our copper to get the extra copper for the new things we're adding on. And this is already 24 smelters. So I think I'm going to have to replace this with copper alloy. I mean, I could do pure copper. There is water right there. I'm not a fan of the pure recipes, especially on this playthrough, partly because of the huge amount of power and the huge amount of space they tend to take. So 700, 500, we need 1200 copper, so we actually need a second whole conveyor belt of it. 1200 copper. Haven't actually unlocked the pure copper recipe yet. We did go pure copper. See, we went copper alloy, which is my usual to go to. I do know there's some pure iron nearby, and it would be trivial to pull this in, and we just need 5 foundries. Easy, not a problem. If we go pure, 13 refineries. Now, would you rather have 5 foundries or 13 refineries? Now, okay, depending on what type of player you are, you might say 13 refineries. But that's also a lot more power. And we are still running on coal power. We are not doing fuel power, so despite being in phase 4, we are on coal power, and it's probably time someone tripped that redeem and scared the crap out of me. I haven't looked at our power graph in a while. Ah, it's actually pretty healthy. Or is it? Okay, it's moderately healthy, but if we add 13, well, actually we'd need to replace the other 700, so we'd probably be talking about 30 plus refiners to make pure copper. I think this would blow our power grid. So yeah, alloy is much better. What is the time? The time is 10 o'clock. 10 p.m. here. So I think for the next bit, I'm going to go completely remodel our copper production. Just a minor redo of our copper production. It won't take long, I'm sure. We do need to take out old nuclear hoggy. I think it's time he went. So our copper currently is up here. So yeah, if we brought in some iron to here, instead of requiring all these smelters and having to double this number of smelters, we would have a dozen foundries, and power usage would be a lot better than all those refiners. So display more ideas. Yeah, like I don't like having masses and masses and masses of smelters. And I'm already tapping a fair amount of the copper here. I mean, I will have Mark III miners at some point soon. We are pretty close to them now. But I actually haven't overclocked these a huge amount, so we could just go double smelters. Who shot at me? Where is he? There he is. You know, we've let this guy live for so long. I think it's time we put him to rest. One rebar at a time. I would go ham with the explosives, but that's more of a gardening tool, and I kind of like the garden around here. Wow, he's not having much luck with those mushrooms. But the thing is, if I just double the number of smelters, I know that I'm going to want to have to scale up all the computers and supercomputers later on. Like, it's a temporary fix. I need more production. Oops. No, I do have enough rebars. It's a temporary fix, and I know I'm going to go nuclear power, and I will have lots of power later, but I really do not want to have a squillionty refiners in this lovely little valley here. Man, I love the hover pack. Iron, iron, iron. It's just there are pure nodes right over the hill there that are doing nothing. This copper line here is actually going off to my motors, not motors, engines, modular engines factory. But look at this iron right here. Lovely pure nodes. Oops, and I ran out of power. He's a bit slow. Hey, there's another doggo. Now, would it be better to go up around that way or down this way? I think I'll go up this way. Keep it next to the copper. Not particularly fond of that angle. So let's align it to the world grid, and then actually, you know what we'll do? I'll put down the miner, and then we'll snap. We'll snap the exact foundations to the miner out. Output. You guys gonna spit at me? Damn, they might spit at me. No, don't electrocute them. Wow, they're don't quite have the distance. We have not automated rifle ammo yet, so. But I love the rebar. The problem with the rebar is you start with it, and it's so solid and reliable. Come on, I thought that was low enough that I could put a miner on it. That elite below me is getting really shirty that he can't get up at me. These two out by 15 degrees, sorry, 5 degrees. That's annoying. Look, and that, if I rotate it, that's different from this one. Okay, now we get the good old road barrier. Hold down snap, snap it on the front. We snap a foundation to here, nudge it across, and line it up exactly with the miner. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Same again, hold down snap. And foundation on the front, nudge it into place. Oops, didn't have zoop on. Maybe that is lined up. No, not quite, I don't think. Oh, it is. Okay. It's just my view that thought it was 5 degrees out. My perspective on the world is wrong. I only slack and merge these. I know I'm probably going to have to run a double line later on though. Although by then I'll probably have faster belts. Actually, I have a magic blueprint now. I don't think it's on my hotcart bar yet. Wow, it's gone back and replaced my blueprint at home base again. Stupid bloody bugs. Hopefully I can do it at this distance. Damn it! Let's hope you would line up. Well, at least that put us straight together. Long range chiseling. That guy is persistent. Come on, just thank you. It's so hard. I'm just going to eyeball this for now. As usual, I'm sure I'll come back later and make a much neater... That's not what I wanted. Why is it building one? Wow, that is dodgy. Okay, put that there. It's facing the wrong way. Turn it around, please. That's better. Oh, okay, now it's locked in. Okay. My mistake. I was trying to put you on backwards. I might start curving this now. Like, this probably needs to go behind the other miner there, so maybe I do keep going straight. Did it again. Hello, I'd like to connect to the power connector that is hiding under that massive leaf. Thank you. Just going to cross under here, actually. Okay, so we have iron. So this is, I haven't overclocked anything, it's just one Mark 5. Is that Mark 5? Oh crap, the blueprint's Mark 4. Mark 4, Mark 4. I need to update that blueprint. I only made it like the other day. Oh, and the little bits on each one need to be updated. Great. That's not going to bite me in the ass at all. I'm not sure those are connected properly. But they seem to work, so... Maybe I do need to thin some of these bushes here. Okay, now we just completely rip down the old smelters and put in foundries. Easy, right? It's just gonna completely hold production and fill my inventory full of crap, but how hard can it be? Let's save the game. Just in case I regret this. Okay, that way if I delete it all and decide, no, I actually wanted to do it slightly differently, we can do it a different way. First of all, let's delete these to let the system flush out a bit. And let's do some math. I think we need about 1,200 copper ingots per minute, which, oh, that's easy math. Look, we need 12 foundries and we need, you know, 600 ore, copper and 600 iron, which will fit on a Mark V belt, won't it? I'm new to Mark V belts. I mean, I've used them years ago for lots, but they're 780, I think. 780, yeah, okay. So one belt of iron is actually enough for now. Guess what? I asked the librarian where the self-help books were. They said that defeats the purpose. If you can't find the self-help books, you need help. Top crowd, sorry. You need help? So this is actually 2 clusters. There's like 6 here, and then the copper comes across the top here and it feeds into another 6 here. So we can kind of still do that. Actually, what we should do while we're waiting is upgrade our foundry blueprint because it's using Mark IVs. Is there anything particular you need help with right now? And is it Satisfactory related? Because otherwise I don't know if I can help. Foundry times 4. Made in a blueprint designer of a different size. Ooh. It may be time to upgrade. Blueprints. Production. Foundry times 4. I think that's the front. Yes, that's the front. I mean, we could fit 8 on here, I reckon. Yeah, we could fit 8 easily. No, not easily? Not easily. I think having 6 might be a good idea. And if I recall correctly, the foundry times 2 should snap to the foundry times 4. As long as we get it the right way around. Yeah, that looks pretty good as far as spacing goes. Wow, this actually had Mark IIIs through it, not Mark IVs. Old blueprint. Is that a missing connector that's been missing this whole time? Or, no, that's just between the new ones, okay. I'll be going crazy. Okay, is that a Mark 5 down the bottom? Yes, it is. We sort of need a Mark 5 input here. Let's actually put a thingy there. Got an input there. Hello there, Beamer. Hey, how's it going? You may be the first person who's spoken on YouTube tonight. YouTube has been very quiet tonight. Okay, Mark 3 is the outputs is still fine, and these are set to steel currently. I'm going to set these to copper, which might be a bit assuming. Oh, excuse me. Okay, now they're all copper. I'm just going to mute myself and have a drink of water because I've got a bit of a frog in my throat. I think that's better. Ugh. I've stopped dying. Do we need cables? Connect those together. Make sure these are all Mark 5s. We don't want any sneaky Mark 3s in there. I think that's good. Okay, this is... what do we call the other ones? Like Foundry, just Foundry and a number? Foundry and a number. Foundry and a number. We could actually say here that it is currently configured for copper. And I just closed it and lost everything, damn it. Meant to close that one and then say icon. Foundry is there. Select save. Done. Okay, so we actually only need 2 of those. to replace all of these and double our production. And we've already out of copper, which means production further down the line is currently grinding to a halt. Whoops. Oh, hello, burb. There's lots of burbs here. That is a second copper line. We've already got 2 copper lines. That is a bonus. Started the hardest mod in Factorio. Ooh. So it takes around 1,000 hours to complete. Is it a fun 1,000 hours? I've also broken all the power. Which is interesting. There's a power cable going across there. Fine, I'll pull out my fossil fuels. Yeah, maybe I should actually pull power from the factory up here rather than relying on the main lines, because the main lines I will need to rebuild at some stage. So there's a power pole there. Oh, that's actually just going up to the main line too. Fine, I'll just take it from the main line. Hey, you find out along the way. Good luck then. Okay, we have pruning devices now. Well, I mean, we technically we had chainsaws before, but this is somehow more precise. Okay. Oh, they're a little tight under this roof. This is actually a lot more compact than the smelters. This is why I love foundries and hate smelters. Okay, so that's lined up with the back. I can bring it forward 2 meters here, I think. Now this is slightly different in that the inputs are at the bottom. Did I get the right way around? Dag nabbit! That one's backwards. Please do not auto-connect. Glad 0 HP. Hello, hello, hello. How are you going? I'm going okay, although I buggered my shoulder earlier, so I'm dealing with a sore shoulder, but other than that, I'm doing well. How are you? Ooh. This one actually lines up in a multiple of 2 as well, which the smelter one didn't. That's pretty amazing. Stop using Blueprint Auto Connect in your factories. It just connects to the wrong. Yeah, I've never been a huge fan of it. I tend to prefer placing it myself. I've only just started to kind of use it. Okay, that's a bit too severe as far as a slope, but I kind of do like having it instead of a lift. So let's move it back here. I've started to use it for conveyor runs across the countryside, but even then it's a bit flaky. So that one will go down to there. I moved successfully into a much more convenient spot. you English good. How's your friend in hospital? Was it you who had the friend who got hospitalized by playing Satisfactory, wasn't it? Because he was a noob to VR and didn't actually stop when he was feeling nauseous. Pro tip, people, if you're feeling nauseous in VR, stop immediately. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so we have lots of copper coming in. These are old Mark IV, so we kind of want to merge them together. He got too excited. Okay. Yeah. Well, I hope he's okay now. Why am I doing this? I hate trying to merge two lines that are right next to each other. Actually, we should line it up with that one because that's what that's lined up with. Actually, I should also make it higher so that our lovely iron that's coming in here just can go straight in. Ah, sensitive rotation is sensitive. One day I will figure out a nice way of doing building rotation. And it'll probably involve a D-pad on a steam frame. It's alright to be doing VR enthusiastically? Ah, okay. Basically had a panic attack because he sensed he's getting lightheaded. Ah, okay, right, okay. Yes, gotta be careful. Good to hear he's doing okay and enjoying his VR. You know what, I'll tidy this up later. I know I keep saying that, but I really will, honest guys. Honest gov, would I tell you a lie? Okay, we've got iron coming through. This is looking good. Connect power to power. And power to power. And ta-ta! Pull the lever! Now, new and improved copper supply is now up and online. That wasn't so hard. Just ignore the clipping there into the roof. I'm just going to have to raise it all a meter, won't I? This is... Now, I don't actually know if we have the right throughput here to actually provide the amount of copper we need. We need 1,200 total, which means these 2 lines out are going to have to be bumped up to Mark 5. And they're going to have to be Mark 5 all the way to get 600 each. I've voted to start a new world with all pure nodes and 10 times stuff right. 17 people playing. Wow. Is that all at once, or is it a dedicated server that you just leave on all the time? Because each of these 2 clusters is going to output 600 copper. We actually kind of need a little over 1,200, I think, but I'll work out the exact math when we actually have finished building the updated things. Oh, I think that pot plant needs to go. It is a nice plant, though. Yeah, I can build around it. So people come in and out. 7 to 9 at a time is still really impressive. That's a lot of people on all at once. Well, you might be interested to know I'm this close to releasing an update to the mod, but it's not a 1.2 update. We still haven't had any update on the modding tools for 1.2, so unfortunately I cannot start 1.2 just yet. That is still going to have to wait. Ah, there's a window there. Who put a window there? But I will be releasing an update with a whole bunch of bug fixes, hopefully this weekend. But I just found another bug while playing tonight, so we'll see how quickly I can get that fixed. Oh, wow. What is this crime here? I will redo that concrete later. But now I'm just going to delete it because we do not want that like that. Mark 5. Successfully infected at least 17 people. Excellent. Have voted with the majority. We are going to make a new world. I've been using this downtime for sub 2 grind. So it's mostly tweaks to the layout of this. It's not big features. So I've changed the layout here to be less wide and more vertical. And if you're on one of the alpha builds, you've already got this change. Some of the other changes are the position of the radial menus. So it's a lot of small stuff, but also some bug fixes and reliability stuff. I'm trying to think if there's any shiny features that might. I've been working on this version a long time, so it's probably a whole pile of updates I've forgotten about. 17, that's a lot of IRL productivity damage. Oh, Subnautica, right, yes, of course, Subnautica. I really need to go back and play Subnautica 1 again. I tried playing Subnautica 1 in VR a few years back, and my PC was not good enough, and it did not run well. And I really need to go back and give it another shot. Because it was fun and it was shiny, it just did not run well on my PC. And I'd really like to give Subnautica 1 a proper shot before I start on number 2. Okay, so we need copper over there. And it might just be easier to take it across under the railway there, rather than bring it all the way here and upset this beautiful curved line here. I mean, I could run it under here and then under here, that would be the other way I could run it, and then have a bunch of materials all running across here. That might actually look better. To experience the only scary game without any scares. Subnautica 1. What? Yes, absolutely Submersed VR. I was using Submersed VR before, and I would do so again in a heartbeat. Definitely want those proper motion controls. Any scary game without any scare elements. I suppose Satisfactory does have scare elements, doesn't it? The stingers do count as scary. I do really appreciate the concept of trying to make a world where things are dangerous, but you're not there to kill everything. Although from what I've heard from Subnautica 2, it's a bit frustrating at the moment when there's nothing you can do with some of the bigger fish to fry. So if I bring another copper line across the front here, I could. Except we're hanging off the edge here if we bring more copper here. Scare element. Yes, yes. Been playing Subnautica 1 VR first playthrough using VR Enhancements mod, but regular controller. Oh, okay. Any particular reason you're not using the Submersed VR mod? Just this guy? AKA Zapod? If I bring that rubber up, I can then...
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
Hey,
Please
it's that
seek
time
shelter.
already. Motion control mods seemed more experimental from the description. Oh, it's pretty mature, I thought. Where am I going to run this copper? I'm just going to run it straight along here. No one will see it. Actually, you know what? I should put the copper up high and keep that stuck to the roof and leave the rubber down low. Splitter's in the wrong way. Come on, I need to take an ad break. Has the music gone really quiet, or have we actually run out of music? I disbelieve the latter because I don't know if anyone noticed, but I added a whole bunch new music. By a whole bunch, I mean
admire
like...
your optimism, no good Nick _, but you only get a participation award this time round. Realm of Russ was the winner. In fact, you were in position 18. Better luck next time.
Position 18. There's a bit of catch up there to go. There is no music. That's very suspicious. Okay, well, I'm going to take a break and have a drink. And I will poke the music and see what's happened to it. See if it's just really quiet or if it has vanished. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. There's the music. It was probably just YouTube being laggy on the next track.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. We are in the Titan Forest. We are building a new wing to our computers facility, making supercomputers and high-speed connectors. We're currently dealing with a massive copper shortage because the new factory is needing a double amount of copper. So we're just routing some extra copper through to where the new factory wing is. It is very late, so I do need to kind of probably think about wrapping it up at some stage. And I also have a cough. I don't know why I have a cough, but if I, excuse me, if I die, I apologize. I'll try not to die on stream. We got circuit boards along here. Do we want to make a feature of extra stuff running along here? Actually, we probably do, because eventually we're going to have plastic as well coming this way. So we've kind of got over this side. We've got the rubber and copper and quartz coming through here. So if we make a similar display over here, do we leave a space? Okay, so there's a space there. Better coffee than cough. I've had cough. I'm not having coffee this late at night. I kind of need to sleep. I've probably been talking too much. I've been a bit under the weather lately, so that's probably just aggravating things. And I probably should have stopped streaming already, but you know, there's milestones ahead and quotas to meet. Ah, that's how I did this edge. Okay. But yeah, I want to get this copper at least down this wing here, and that's probably where I will pause for the night. Hello, doggos. You do not need to be scared of the flying pioneer. Come in peace. Excuse me. Dope. That's going to need some special alignment. Don't die on stream, it's against terms of services. Is it? Is it really? I suppose maybe. They probably don't want you dying on screen, but could they really stop you? I'm sure someone has, and there was probably a terrible outcome from it. I do not plan on dying, so I'll just try not to choke to death. Sleep is overrated. Sleep is not overrated. I need sleep. Does the 1.2 update affect the VR mod? Yes. The update 1.2 will completely break the VR mod, unfortunately. And we are still waiting for the geniuses in the modding community to come up with the 1.2 modding toolkit. So I have not even been able to start testing 1.2 with the mod at this stage. I am as much waiting for things as everybody else is at this stage, unfortunately. And hoping it comes out soon, but I really have no timeline at all as to how long it will be. So trust me, as soon as that dev kit is out, I will probably keep sleeping because it'll come out in the middle of the night where I am. But once I'm awake, then I will get cracking on updating the mod to work with 1.2. So probably there'll be a number of alpha versions. So if you are super keen, look out on the Discord or sign up to my Patreon. You can sign up as a free member on the Patreon and you'll still get updates about mod changes that I do. While it'd be nice if you buy me a coffee every now and again, you are welcome to just sign up and follow for updates. I don't differentiate anything from paid members or free members on my Patreon. And you can add a new command that you can get more info. I think it's !support. You haven't acquired a VR headset. Fair enough. well, you got to wait a little bit then. But yes, definitely I will be adding support as soon as I can. Okay. And that's there. Now we've got a little bit of a wall here by the looks of it. So that's interesting. We've got some lovely clipping. Nice. This was obviously something that's like, I'm going to come back later and fix this. Why is it not letting me build a conveyor there? That is interesting. Want to buy you a coffee in a diamond cup? Well, you can't well, you could specifically buy me that if you wanted, but do I have to give the cup back after? I do have Kofi or coffee or however you pronounce it. Ah, that better be to redeem. Probably want to come out more than that. Yippee! Did you see my power graph earlier? I am getting a little concerned.
Apparently,
and this is why I'm not using
Kofifi.
Kofifi? Kofifi? I am. This is why I don't do refineries, especially on a no fuel power playthrough. I have very little power. I am still on coal, even though I'm in phase 4. So I am planning on going nuclear. But I need to unlock stuff before I can do that. So we're doing a couple of factories here just to get components and technology unlocks. But then we will probably be spending 6 months making nuclear power. Just ignore the blatant clipping there. I mean, it's easy enough to fix the clipping. I can just go magic hole. There, clipping solved. It's always coffee time somewhere. No fuel. I have not unlocked fuel power at all. It's basically whenever I do a playthrough, I unlock fuel power, and then suddenly I've got this massive rocket fuel power station, and I don't have to do nuclear at all. So to kind of force myself to commit to doing nuclear, I decided for this playthrough, I am not doing any fuel power at all, other than like a little bit for. I make it bottled for jetpacks and things, but I do not use. I have not unlocked the fuel generators. 4 PM is a good tea time. So yeah, I have not unlocked the fuel generators at all. So I am still running on coal power. I have quite a lot of coal power as far as coal goes. And thanks, you can tell by the wavy line, I also have a number of geothermal generators as well. But, you know, I'm in phase 4 and I've got a low point there of 14 gigawatts, which is not a huge amount of power or trying to tackle phase 4. So it's definitely something on my radar to to do is to do a nice nuclear build, and that will be interesting since I've never done it before. I think I need to go a meter higher to get over. Ooh, I don't want to use explosives there. I might hit a doggo. Actually, I probably do want to raise this up a bit. Is that actually going to line up? No, it's not. Okay. You're a long way with 15. You can, and I have gone a long way. It's just if I, the conversation earlier was about whether I should use the pure copper recipe, and it was going to take 12 foundries, or to make copper alloy. I have to put my chainsaw away. Look, doggos, go away so I can blow up this tree. Go on, shoot, shoot. Or 30-something refineries. Good, they're in a way. And it's like that would have taken a heck of a lot more power to get the same amount of coal, not coal, copper ingots. So I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. Run, doggo, run! I don't know where you're going to run to, but run! I might just do the old holes trick. We're going to need probably the full width of this to bring everything through. We have Caterium, we have copper, we have plastic, we have computers. That's what we need to supply. And that ain't going to line up with that. Unless we go wiggly. Ooh, that's not pretty. That's still not pretty. That won't fit. Dag nabbit. Okay, we're gonna go with not pretty. This is definitely something I will come back and rebuild. I probably should just move this all over a bit rather than having it up against the pillar. Probably should just bring it along here and be done with it. What did I say the fourth one was for? Caterium. So we have copper that comes from the train. No, copper that comes from the copper mine. Plastic will come from the train. So we've already run the
Efficiency is
conveyor
all
for
that
that.
matters. Style is temporary.
I'm working on the efficiency first, totally. This computer's I'm going to have to tidy up and steal a bit more, because I just chucked a splitter on here basically, and I probably need to chuck a splitter way over here till I get enough computers. So I probably need to have it all the way over here so I can steal the maximum computers. Actually, I need 30, and we're making 40, and there's 4 sets. So if I just take all of them from this point on, that might be too many. I'll figure it out. At the moment, I'm just trying to get some through so I can see if things work. Okay, and I still need Caterium, and Caterium is going to be next session's fun. Style is permanent in the long term, but you need to get the efficiency first right. So this is the little Caterium production, which we're going to have to beef up quite a lot. So Caterium comes up here, and currently it just feeds through there. So we will need to split off some Caterium and run it probably under here. But we will need to make more Caterium, and this is the problem, is that we have a little guard in there guarding our Caterium mine. So I'm going to have to do some math, and I'm going to have to maybe have a stealth mission to go in there and upgrade conveyor belts, and then we're going to have to increase this Caterium outpost a bit. So that will be fun and games. But it is 11:07, so I think I'm going to stop there for the night. Maybe. You're off to eat. Take care and catch you all next time. Bye-bye. Thanks for hanging out, Juggler, and great to hear about your escapades with your simply massive co-op VR Satisfactory game. That is awesome. Say hi to the gang for me. Okay. Do we want to do the Caterium tonight? I feel these need to be more of a trench going up rather than this ugly thing. This is ugly. I think when's the next ad break? Ages away. I think I'm going to wrap it up here. Hey, I didn't use all the plastic. Now, what was I? I was actually waiting for something. I think it was actually Caterium. And this is the problem, is Caterium is the bottleneck currently. Yeah, look, we got lots of circuit boards. It's simply the Caterium that we're bottlenecking on. You know what? How much Caterium do we need? Because, like, I'd like to actually make a supercomputer tonight, and we haven't made any because we haven't had the Caterium. Actually, we could just make a little bit. Look, here's the old Silicon Valley, and it had 105 Caterium. So all those smelters is only making 105. 315 is coming from the miner. So if we come back here, see, 120 here is for the full amount. But if we want to smelt that, how many smelters would it be? It would be 8 smelters. Oh, that's not too bad. And another 360 ore. All we really need is a little bit to test this as a proof of concept. So the current one is a Mark IV belt, which is 480. So theoretically, we are producing. We are. Would I have set the miner to that already? I'm not sure. Maybe we go investigate. Okay, we got a mission. I'm not stopping yet. I'm not stopping. We're going to get this thing actually making a supercomputer or bust. Now, I said the base one is making 105. 15, 30, 60, 90. We've just got this one turned off. So if we turn this one on, it will make excess. The fact that there's already ore coming in suggests that we actually have plenty already coming in for just a little bit. And there's a nice straight section along here that we can stick. Oh, look, it's even at the right level. It's like it was made to be. I should probably make this a smart splitter just so I don't starve the rest of the factory. I just want just some wafer thin Caterium. There's straighten mode. Wrap it around this corner. I'll make it pretty tidy because, given a track record, this is probably going to be permanent. I'm actually going to connect the computers to the next one along. Computers are trickling through. What a tangle. Definitely gonna have to tidy this up next time. This will be simple tonight, but we'll make it a little shinier next time. Yeah, oh look, computers, give me those. Okay, this is actually an output. Let's stick some labels under here. I mean, I'm probably going to rip this all down and rebuild it. It's just blueprints, but the computers actually comes in here. I am tired. I am tired. I have a sore throat. I am coughing. I should stop, but I am determined to build a supercomputer before I go. This shouldn't take very long. I think this was actually where we need to bring in the Caterium. No, Caterium was in the corner here. Whoa, don't blow it up. Delete it. So Caterium is here. Hey, no, not there. You sound Australian? Well, I can be a tired Australian, right? I did say this was the Caterium, right? I'm going to plug this in the right one. Because, you know, you don't want to stick anything in the wrong hole. Yay, Caterium! That should be all we need for the supercomputers, because I think we've got plenty of
phrasing?
the rest. Yes, I'm phrasing. It's just so much Caterium needed. Tired Australia means sandal.
Phrasing.
Actually, I'm currently wearing socks and slippers and tracky decks. I'm in comfort mode at the moment. You know, if we get this set up, we can probably just finish phase 4 unlocks with this. There is a button. The command works as well. It's just I have mixed a few Ada phrasing statements in amongst the Archer phrasing mixes. I think this is plastic. Okay, this is the plastic. We're about to run out of the plastic. So what's that one? Oh, that's the copper. It's probably useful to automate because copper is used quite a lot here. I think that's lined up. Luckily, this is nice and lean copper, so it can squeeze under the other belt. Does not offend my clipping sensibilities. Well, we've already run out of Caterium. I wonder what happened to it all. Yeah, copper? What's up, copper? That sort of copper? Okay, I am apparently... Just a second. Oh. Sorry about that. Just needed a drink of water. Okay. Obviously, we perfectly balanced the Caterium, and therefore we are not getting any excess Caterium here. This means we need to go into the cave. I'm tempted to slip in the back door, so to speak. how much Caterium do we need total? 360 there. And 315 there. So 360 plus 315 is 675. 675. $780. So we can fit all this on a Mark V. So if we upgrade it to Mark V and we avoid Mr. Sneaky Pants there, we could do this. $675. Okay, I'm going on an expedition. Wish me luck. Actually, I could take stun rebar. We're aiming for stealth here. Thing is, he has other blighted friends down here as well, so there's the miner right there. Ooh, it's dramatic music kicks in. 675. Okay, I can get it up to 600. I'm gonna need more another miner actually set up, but can I sneakily update this entire thing without him noticing? And I've just realized I'm running low on gas. There he is. Oh look, there's a tiny bit of Mark IV there. Damn it. Right, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Run away. Back to the safety of the swamp. That's just a little one. The funniest thing is those big scary spiders, they sound a lot softer. Oh, there's a nuclear hog there. They sound a lot softer than the little medium ones. How am I going to get out of here? I need fuel badly. Where's that train line? Up there. Too far away. Okay, so I bumped it to 600, which will be most of the Caterium we need. That'll certainly be enough to get our feet wet and get the rest of it going. Okay, I should have stunned him. I took stun rebars in there and then panicked and didn't use them. Hey, look at that precision. I think the factory's up here. Whoa! See, there's another one. Oh, crap, I'm running out of fuel too. Oh boy, I think we have to deal with this one. I think he might be stuck. If he's stuck, maybe I do stay on the explosives. Are you stuck? Come on, you can get unstuck. Come out and play. I really need more fuel. Quickly before he jumps up here. Where'd he go? There he is down there. Luckily, they can only jump 50 foot in the air. Got him. Wow, the music now changed to a dramatic after sound. That's pretty cool. Oh, now it's dramatic again. What's attacking me? This is a road into the swamp, I think. Not all the way, actually. Or does it go all the way? Crap, it does too. Behold, the swamp. This is where we're going to build our nuclear power plant. But for now, let's get back and build some supercomputers. We should have some Caterium coming through. Assuming I didn't miss a bottleneck. I mean, I know I do need to make more smelters. Okay, we're chockers now. So yes, okay, we're getting a little bit dribble through. We do need to expand this, like double the size of it, but we'll do that next time. I just want a little bit through. Just want to taste those sweet, sweet supercomputers. Because Doggo's never brought me a single one of them. Change off explosive weapon, shall we? Yay! Supercomputers! A trickle, but better than none. I'll chop these off. That was not where I wanted to build that. That's what I get when I'm trying to snap things. Put a to-do list button there. We'll run out of plastic. That's the other thing that's going to really stop our production here. Yep, look, we're out of plastic. That is train routing. It shouldn't be too hard, but I might need to. Who did that? Don't make me jump. Nexus Wayfarer. Look, we got plenty of headroom. Yes.
Nexus Wayfarer is now lurking, back, and now to hit the road.
Oh, you're back. Okay. Yes, I do need to log off as well. We're going to wrap it up here. We will go off here, and I think I'm going to head back to town. And I will... Okay, yes, I have saved that already, so I can... Do I trust it? I do not trust it. Do I trust myself? Not really, as far as memory goes. Let's save that again. Let's actually clear it, get the stuff back, and delete this. Now, plastic. We do have... I'll probably raid the depot for some more plastic. Wow, lots of reinforced beams apparently. So, I will probably stream tomorrow night. We will be getting the train to deliver some plastic. We will be cleaning up the blueprint, and we will be expanding this into a proper factory rather than this temporary thing. Although it's growing on me in its current state, I guess. It's a bit haphazard though. Where did I put that plastic container? So this one. This is plastic. Yes, this is the plastic. I'm just going to dump that in there so it can filter through and make a couple more supercomputers for us. Probably not enough to unlock anything, because I think... no, that milestone doesn't need any. I think we need probably 50 or 100 or something like that, the unlocks. But there we have it. So, tonight we have made 2 blueprints. This blueprint here makes high-speed connectors. We need 2 of these to provide enough high-speed connectors for the second blueprint, which makes supercomputers. So we kind of made them stackable, but the posts don't line up. So that's why I'll kind of put a floor between them. I might just like put them completely separate. Maybe I'll just have a stack of supercomputers and a stack of high-speed connectors. It'd probably just be easier that way. But they do line up. The high-speed connectors come down here. They feed into the supercomputers, and excess comes out there. Right, let's catch a train back home. We haven't caught a train in a while. Right, let's go. Why is that showing red? What's up ahead? Green. Yay, floor it. Ah, there is a train ahead. So over there we have our heavy modular frames factory, making 22.5 per minute. Here is a projects factory making the engines, modular engines. Pretty happy with how that one turned out. It's quite shiny. Eventually I'll probably make other motor parts there, like turbo motors. But at the moment it's just modular engines. Red! Why is it red? Ah! Stop! That's coming from the Assembly Director Systems platform. Mr. Nuclear Hog. And then we have a couple of captured stingers and cages. There's also another nuclear hog down there I'm going to have to deal with or sneak past and steal his sphere. We have the space elevator there with our mall, and we have 2 stations here that we deliver bits of everything to the mall, plus also project parts get delivered there. Now I should probably look where I'm going to make sure the lights are green. And here we are back home. We now have our double blueprint maker where we can line up and match up vertical blueprints. And let's just check if we've got any escaped doggos, because we've had a couple slip out recently. I think all 7 are here. Let's check up. George has some heavy frames. Don't need heavy frames, George. Actually, you can stack them. Scratch crystal oscillators. It used to be a handy scratch, but don't need them anymore. Gimme circuit boards, similarly. Got a couple over here. Snowy, we're automating them now, Snowy. You do not need to hunt them anymore. EP cable. Sue. Sue's got some biomass. Thanks, Sue. And come on, who's at the back here? Lassie. Yeah, beams are always good, Lassie. Thanks, even though I automated them ages ago. I keep running out. Okay, cool. Right, so here we are back at the hub. I'll probably have some animal parts to drop off of some recycling. I probably should throw some more biofuel and stuff through to make some more liquid biofuel as well. Wow, I've got plenty of shards at the moment. Okay, so one of them, then one of them, then one of them, then one of them. Sort of stagger them so that they don't overflow and come back out the other side again. Yes, I do raid outs. I will be raiding out just shortly once I get back up to my spot up here. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Had a bit of a mix of things tonight. I'll be continuing, as I said, probably tomorrow night, continuing the build for supercomputers and high-speed connectors. Keen to unlock some tiers of technology as we go. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nexus. Thanks, everyone. Hope you all have a good weekend, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Now let me just save the game. Super. Come on. As I said, I'm hoping to finally get the next mod update out over the weekend. It will still be for 1.1, but I've just got another bug I found tonight that I need to fix tomorrow morning. Hopefully that won't take long. Game has been saved. Cool, let's exit that. And let's switch to desktop. And I'll see if there's someone to raid out to for the Twitch people. Yes. Alright, let me just take my headset off. You'll be live around my morning time. Oh, okay. I might have to check out and see what you're streaming. Catch you later, Essenberg. I'm sure you'll be streaming tomorrow. I might catch you then. And YouTube people, I will leave you here because you can't raid the Twitch people unless you want to follow the link. But other than that, good night, YouTube.